you.
You're like, never mind.
Okay. So hello and welcome. This is the first Bucket List-athon sprints. So we are excited to be here. Leandra and I are going to be reading The Stone Sky during these sprints. I don't know how many or how far we're going to get along in this today. I don't know if we're going to like stop at a certain point and then pick something else up. We'll figure it out as we go. But yeah, so we're excited. I have not accomplished much in Bucket List-athon for the first 4 days. I have read, I mean, I guess it's not true. I've read a lot, but it's only in one book. I'm still reading The Will of the Many, which is like 640 pages. And it's amazing. I absolutely love it. It's fantastic, but it's taken me forever to get through. And I kind of am okay with that. Just because it's, I don't know, like a slow burn. You just kind of get to sit through the book at your own. But yeah, so that's really the only thing I've accomplished so far. But we're going to change that because we're going to complete a series together.
Woohoo! Yes, and we're buddy reading, but you're also doing a buddy read with a new person later on this month. So it'll all happen. It's a long month, especially with like slow burns like that when it's such a big book. I have to almost remind myself it's okay to take your time with it because the author obviously didn't write it with the intention of you speeding through it. That's why it's so long. Like they think you're going to be taking a long time, and so sometimes I have to remind myself like, it's okay, take your time. Meanwhile, I think I'm crushing Bucket List-athon myself. So woohoo! Because I've already done one of the hard. I will say I'll admit that I'm not as adventurous as Danni, taking on all of her hard modes, but I am like I do want to get a few of them done. And the first prompt I got done was the hard mode for reading an author that you've disliked, like an author you didn't like before. And that was Simone St. James. And unfortunately, I gave this 2 stars as well, but that's okay. I can say I gave her a chance. And also, this was a physical TBR book that's been on my shelves for years. So I can tick off one. I think it's of 3. Is it 3 physical TBR books for the hard mode? So like meanwhile, I'm stacking up. I'm stacking up the prompts. So I think I'm doing right.
That sucks though that Broken Girls wasn't any better. Was it so still the parallels that we talked about?
Yeah, it's so weird. And I think I've said this to you before, but because we read Sundown Motel last month, it was just so much more fresh in my mind knowing the parallels. Like maybe if I waited a year or 2, I would get inklings, but I was like, this is very much the same thing. And then yeah, the supernatural elements that she tends to include never really get explained, and you just kind of like, okay, this happens in this world. And it's kind of interesting to think about. I will say what's weird, I guess it's not weird, but I think Broken Girls, maybe because I also knew what to go into, I did think it was slightly better than Sundown Motel. They both still got 2 stars, but I was closer and more willing to give this one a higher rating depending on how the ending went, and it didn't happen, so I just left it at 2. But if I had to choose between the 2, which is a bit weird to be like between 2-star reads, but I would choose Broken Girls. So, but I'm more happy that I can say that now I can remove it from my shelves, but I can say I read it and count it, especially because my 23 in 2023, I've not been doing very well with it. And I've actually, instead of choosing 23 titles, I've chosen, like, I kind of broke it up in genres, like 5 modern mysteries, 5, and just kind of filling the slots. And I've been really bad about my modern mystery thrillers. And so I was like, I've got to read these so that I at least can be done. And so now I can write it in saying I read it for my 2023.
That's an interesting way of doing 2023 or 23 in 2023.
Yeah.
I like that because it's a little more free.
Mood readery too. Like for like if you're a mood reader, you can kind of decide how you do it. It's good because last year I did the 22 in 2022, and I literally read like 3 or 4 of the books on the list, and I was like, this was pointless. Like, what am I doing? So that's why I like was a bit more lenient on myself, saying, okay, 2 romances, 3 nonfiction, and then I could kind of choose what kind of like thing I was into. We have a drive-by, a cat that left a drive-by.
Those of you in the comments who have not met Andy before, this is Andy, and he is very curious. And so anytime I film, sometimes he will decide that he wants to sit up here with me. So we'll see how long he stays.
I love it.
I've actually been doing pretty well with my 23 and 2023. I think I have 5 books left. But I know that I'm not going to make it because the one is, and we've talked about this before, but the one that I put on the list is the very last book in the Mistborn Era 2 for Brandon Sanderson. And so you have to read all of Era 1 and all of Era 2 to get to it. While I've read most of them, I have 2 left in Era 2, and it's been so long since I've read them, I wanted to reread the entire series. And I've only reread the first book in Era 1. So I definitely won't get there, but I still think that that's pretty good for getting through a lot of the books that I wanted to read this year. So,
oh, for sure. Especially because yours is probably a bit unique since, like, for mine, I was mainly thinking as far as like my physical TBR, because that's the other thing is like I've got to fill in the slots, but I can only do it with my physical TBR. So I filled some of it out with like library books technically, but I'm not counting it because it's to get me to read more physical TBR books. Whereas yours, you kind of, it's almost like hard because you have all of this, you know, do I want to do library books, anticipated releases? And so you probably like, oh yes, all these things. And it's like, oh wait, this is different plans, you know, whereas mine, my books, they're just sitting on my shelf. I don't have to like really do anything in preparation for it. So that makes sense.
Yeah. I did try to do more backlist books because I know that like throughout the year in my brain, I get so psyched about like new books. And sometimes I forget about the old books on my TBR that I really wanted to read. And so I tried to be intentional about picking books that were either like in series that I know I need to continue or books from authors that I know I've liked in the past and I want to continue reading their work and not forget about them. So yeah, I tried to be intentional with that, but it has been difficult because I'll be like, oh, I really need to get back to that list. Like I'll have to remind myself, I have to get back to that list and then see like what on the list is available.
Yeah, I know. I always forget about it too. And that literally, I think it was you were mentioning it in your video when we were talking about Bucket List-athon and like what kind of like main goals you were doing. And I was like, oh, that's right. How have I been doing? And so literally I looked and I was like, oh no. And so yeah, that also added to the reason why I picked up Broken Girls, because I was like, this is not good. I've done quite well actually. Like I did all of the middle grade, all of the nonfiction, all of the thrillers. But what's weird is actually Golden Age detective fiction and modern mysteries, like my biggest genres, are the ones I haven't completed yet. But that's because, like you said, you get so excited with the new releases that's what I've been doing. And so like I haven't even pulled really any from my shelves recently, which is weird. And I also was dumb. I did like 2 romances, and then because I didn't really own many, and I have 2 by this one author, but I think I've decided she's probably not the type of romance I'm interested in. And now I'm like, she's the only way for me to fill this out, but I also don't think I should force myself. Libby Hubsher, if anyone in the comments has read anything by her, I think it is. It's like Meet Me in Paradise is one that I own by her. And I think it was on accident. I have 2 books by her, and I was kind of looking and I was like, I've got 2 books by this author that I've never read before. And I think I just was like attracted to the synopsis and everything. But I hear that hers are a bit more intense. Like they kind of are kind of sad and, you know, deal with really harsh, like serious things, which is important. But for me and my romances, I don't think I want that when I pick up a romance. So I probably won't complete read 2 romances on your TBR because I don't have enough to like compare.
You just substitute those with like another genre though, and like
I guess like a genre blend, like a fantasy romance or something. I'm sure I have something like that on my shelf. This is why we collaborate. This is why we discuss books with fellow bookish people. That's actually a really good idea. Yeah. Okay.
Because I know, like, I'm trying to think. You could even do like if there was like a mystery where there is a romance within the mystery. Like, yeah.
Like, and not just like because I guess the issue too is for this TBR, I don't count my purchased TBR from this year. Like it has to be like a backlist TBR. But I'm sure, I've got like some kind of mystery that has like a dominant romance in it. Okay, this makes me feel better because I was like, oh well, 22 and 23 is fine. Yeah. Cool.
Okay, to the comments.
Yay.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Bandana Book Mom, you're gonna have to remind me what your name is so I can call you by your name and not your tag.
I'm always like, Bandana's here.
I
Because I
know.
always hear in like Nicole's comments too.
Yes.
And I'm always like, oh, yeah.
Maggie, hi everyone. Hello. Got to 10 pages of a textbook reading, or 10 pages of textbook reading to do before I can get back to Fourth Wing. Oh, exciting. So are you reading Fourth Wing to prepare for Iron Flame? Or I guess maybe that'll depend on whether or not you like Fourth Wing.
Yeah, I a lot of people have been reading Fourth Wing recently because of that, in anticipation if they missed the first wave of it.
I completely forgot that that Iron Flame was coming out this year until I watched, I think it might have been Nell's video. And she talked about it and I was like, oh,
Like, oh,
I pre-ordered that and it's definitely not in my November TBR, but it might have to get read whenever it comes in. Hello. Alicia says, hi guys, I'm reading Death in Her Hands. Yay, I hope you like it. But also getting ready for my brother's wedding. Oh, tomorrow.
oh,
Exciting.
have fun. Yeah.
Are you participating in the wedding or do you get to just like hang back and chill out? I always kind of like to just hang out, like hang back.
Me too.
I know that it's an honor to be involved, but I kind of just like to be a guest.
Yeah, same.
Maggie says I should also probably change my fish water at some point. I hate doing that. I don't have fish anymore, but I did when I was a kid. Not fun.
Yeah, I'm sure the fish don't have the best time either. They're like, whoa, where am I going? And then, oh, we're back. Okay.
I'm running around getting ready for soccer, but also listening to the good pig. I've never heard of that. Is that like a middle grade?
Yeah, that's what it's. I don't know. I feel like have I heard of Cy Montgomery before, or seen that name? Like the author might be familiar.
And are you getting rid of or are you getting ready for soccer for yourself or for a kid? I'm intrigued. I want to know. I love soccer. It's my favorite sport.
Me too. I haven't played in so long.
Yeah, and I was never very good, but I tried.
No, it's about the fun. It's not about the skill. We're all running around a field. If people didn't understand what sports were, we would all look like idiots. They'd be like, "What are they doing in this random field with like a ball?" So I don't know. I like to think about that. Yeah, exactly.
Hello, Camilla. Katie and Leandra in chat. I'm reading The Weight of Blood by Tiffany Jackson.
Ooh.
I think this is on my TBR. I'm trying to think of the cover of this.
Yeah, it's like I think it's like there might be a crown and then there's like because it's a Carrie retelling.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like a BIPOC Carrie retelling that's like modern day. I think it's modern day. Camilla, you can let us know if that's incorrect. It's like I think it's a YA horror that is like a retelling of Carrie, which I've heard like really good things about.
Sorry.
No, don't apologize. I will say he will be stealing the show. I'm telling you that right now. Like, oh my gosh, he's so close to the camera. He's so cute. I literally just saw on Reels because I get sucked in, and it was I don't know how I've gotten on this algorithm. I think it's because of the cats. But I was like watching the PGA Tour like golf channel, and they had this compilation of just cats that happened to be on the golf course, and I was like, oh, that's so cute. I was like, I don't even care about golf, but I would watch for the random cats that just walk onto the green.
I've seen a couple of videos recently where some guys will be playing and they're putting, and then the cat will run out and ruin their putt.
Yes.
It's the best thing ever.
Yeah. I was like, now that is a sport. That's a sport I can get behind.
So I think maybe this is for the soccer. Yeah. Is there specific challenges on this that we should join in? She asks when she's still on prompt 1 for Get a Clue.
Yeah.
I totally get that. I'm still on prompt 1 for Bucket List-athon, so no worries. There are 10 prompts. So there's an easy mode and a hard mode, and it's just kind of pick and choose. So there's no order, and the goal is to accomplish at least 10 prompts by the end of the month. And so just kind of talk through some of the prompts. So like there's like a physical TBR prompt. So for the easy mode, it was you read 1 physical TBR book. For hard mode, it's you read 3. And then we have buddy reading. So buddy read with someone new is hard mode. I can't remember what the pairing for that was for easy mode.
Yeah, I think it's just like buddy reading, like just buddy read with someone. And like you can count that with like reading sprints, I think you said too. So it's like really flexible. Yeah, I think the easy one was just buddy read or book club book. And then the other one was like making the effort to buddy read with someone you haven't done before.
Yes. And then here, I'll just pull up the list. Complete a series, but if you don't read series, sorry, my cat is once again in my face. If you don't read series, you can also read DNFs. And then I think on the easy mode, make sure I pull up both. The easy mode for that is continue a series. So if you are a series reader, you don't necessarily have to complete a series. You can just continue one. Read from your 2023 list. So like must reads list if you have like an anticipated releases. I think Nell is doing like her 5-star read, like anticipated reads, things like that. And then with hard mode, read 2 new releases. Vlog your experience if you have a channel, but that can also just mean participating in we have a hashtag on Instagram, Bucket List-athon 2023. And so you can post like what you're reading throughout the month. Participate in a readathon, which that was easy mode for that. So if you're here, you can check off that box.
And also get a clue because Maggie's doing Get a Clue. So she's doing 2 readathons. Double check it off.
And then you have read from an author you've loved or read from an author you've disliked. So Leandra read the Broken Girls for that prompt.
I went for the hard mode.
And then read out of your comfort zone or read an intimidating book for hard mode. Read Goodreads nominees from the Goodreads Choice Awards. So that we won't know until early November. Is it November 15th?
It's like the 17th or something. Yeah, somewhere around the teens of November.
Okay. And then I also put on here for Bucket List-athon to support content creators. So like being here supports us. You can check that box off too. Mm-hmm. And then for the hard mode is reach out to a booktube newbie. I still need to go. My plans are for that. I'm going to go in and look at the new booktube newbie tags. Mm-hmm. And then I'm going to talk about some of those booktubers on my channel. So I'm excited about that one. I think it's going to be fun. And then make progress on one of your yearly goals. So any of those prompts, that's kind of it. There's a video on my channel that has the prompt list in it, but also on my Instagram, you can find all the prompt lists too. So sorry to like spew all of that information at you.
Yay! But also it shows how flexible it is because like as like Maggie is already doing Get a Clue, which is very kind of specific prompt based. It's really fun, but it's obviously a bit more narrow in the types of books you can do, whereas yours allows for flexibility. So those of us who are doing Get a Clue can do both. Like that's what I'm doing. Like even I'm doing Stone Sky today, and I'm hoping that as we read it, it'll fit a prompt. And if not, it'll just be a bonus prompt, which is fine. But I'm also doing a new release, Lore Olympus Volume 5. I'm reading that right now. So that counts for Bucket List-athon for hard mode for 2 new releases, but it also counts for like a bonus prompt for Get a Clue because I'm Team Plum. So I'm like, I'm putting all the pieces together. It's actually not been very hard to like with every book I pick up, match them to both. So that's been very nice.
And you can also like double up on one prompt. Mm-hmm. So like if you read, like a lot of the books that I'm reading this month are from my physical TBR. And so on hard mode, I'm reading, so it's 3 physical TBR books, but if I end up reading 6, I can count that for 2 checkboxes. Mm-hmm. So.
Yeah. And what I was actually going to ask too is, like, for instance, I did the hard mode where it was a book you like read a book by an author you disliked, done. But if I wanted to, could I also do the easy mode for that prompt and then just count that as like my 10?
Yeah.
Okay, then perfect. So that's how flexible. If you think the hard mode for one side of the prompt is like that doable for you, do that one and do the easy one. And then you're doing, I think the goal is just like to get 10, do 10 of some combination, depending on how much you want to challenge yourself.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted it to be
right.
I wanted it to be, because it's goal oriented. I love, like, I'm a list person, and so I like to have like a list of things that I want to accomplish, and I wanted it to be applicable to everybody, because I know that not everyone has the same goals that I have, but hopefully you can find some combination on the list that makes sense for you.
Yeah, nice. Honestly, we could be here all day. I could just watch him. I'm like, hi. I don't even know what he's looking at right now.
He's looking at my mouse because I'm hovering over the comment.
Around.
So let's see. Oh, and you have actual work to do this weekend. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you can do that on productivity sprints too. So,
Yes, exactly. Also, good luck, Maggie, with getting your room 1 done. I know it can feel overwhelming because we've already, like, just so Danny knows, we've already entered room 2. But a lot of people are catching up. I think a few of the hosts are catching up as well, like, who haven't even entered room 2. So, like, I'm only halfway through my room 2 book, and obviously I'm not doing that today. We are doing Stone Sky. So, like, take your time. It's fine.
Yes, he's here. And I love how, like, my camera is focused on him now. So,
I
like,
know exactly. I was like, you're like obscured in the background.
It's really just about him.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Oh, he doesn't even realize how big of a fan he is. He's famous now.
Aw. Orange cats are the best.
Yeah, I hear that all of the boy cats share one brain cell.
Yes.
All of the girl cats took them.
Oh yes, he has had some interesting experiences recently. I think I told you about that. He got a bag stuck on his head and, like, ran around the house terrified because the bag was following him.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, yep, I remember the time Andy got stuck in a bag and he immediately regretted it.
I'm reading More Deadly Than the Male, which is a horror short story collection written in the 19th and 20th century, or written by 19th and 20th century women. Interesting.
That is very interesting. I wonder, I'd like to know, like, what some famous names are, or are they obscure women authors?
Right.
Because, yeah, that's very interesting. Like an anthology, it sounds like.
Yeah. I think horror would be, so I don't read a lot of short story collections because I get frustrated by them.
Yeah.
Just because, like, once I get, like, involved in a story, I want it to continue, and usually that's right at the point where it ends. Can you not scratch my screen, bud? Thank you. But I think horror might be a genre that I could make it work because, like, you get kind of freaked out, and then it's okay to step back from it. I think,
Yeah, I think so too, actually. Like, there are some other ones like fantasy and sci-fi I hear the hardest to write short stories for, which makes sense because of how complex those are. But, like, with horror, I think that there's enough where, you don't need too much to be afraid or whatever. Yeah. I got distracted by his beautiful eye, so I kind of stuttered on what I was saying.
It's okay. Well, hello, Talia.
Yes, I'll remember that. Put it in the brain, Talia.
Yeah. I'm a first timer, and dang, it's really good. I'll definitely be reading Iron Flame.
Sweet.
Good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I know that, like, I think the vast majority of people enjoyed it just because of how not because of how big it was, but, like, I mean, it has a very, very high rating on Goodreads. But I do also have, like, some people in my life are, like, the other side where they're polarized by it and they really didn't like it. I thought it was good. I don't think it's, like, the best book I've ever read. Like, I think some people kind of took it over the top, but I definitely think it was a good book. It was fun.
Yeah. I have the audiobook right now because it's actually, just so you know, it's one of the host's favorites. So you get bonus points for it. So I'm sure that's also among the reasons why Mag is reading it. Now that I think about it. So I'm hoping that, at one point I'll be interested and I'll do the audiobook. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if it's better to do the physical book, but it's there if I end up reading it this month.
I read it on audio. I have the physical copy, but I got it on audio as well.
Yeah.
And I didn't notice this, but Neva was talking about this last night in Sprints that I guess during the audio, you can hear like the author's sick, or not the author, the narrator of the audiobook is sick. And so you can kind of hear them sniffling. I don't remember
Really
that from the audio.
interesting. I'll have to, of course, now that I know, I'm going to be like listening.
Yes.
Be like, does the narrator need a tissue? I'll be the judge of that.
I've noticed that, like, unless someone points something like that out to me, maybe I shouldn't have said anything.
That's okay.
Unless somebody points something like that out to me, I don't notice a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
Nala recently, which for those of you in the comments, Nala is going to pop on later in the Sprints today. And Nala mentioned to me the audio for the Rook, which I really enjoyed. I mean, I have the physical copy now, but I didn't have it before. So I was listening to it on audio and I really liked it. And she said that she couldn't get over the inflection in the author's voice because it sounded like almost robotic.
Oh.
And I was like, I didn't notice that. And so I have the second one on audio now for this month, and we'll see if I notice it now.
That would be interesting, especially like just the what is it, like suggestion, like how you get it, like it gets in your brain, so now you notice it, or if you're like, nope, still can't hear it, I just apparently don't differentiate voices. It's fine.
Yes. And I did notice, I recently read, this was back in October, but I read or tried to read, I ended up DNFing a memory called Empire, which was on my 2023 and 2023 list. So maybe I only have 4 left. And that was on one of those lists, but I've tried to read it twice now. Oh.
Was me?
I think it was me. Mine was the screen that went black, so I think it was me.
Okay, because I was watching and I was like, you can never tell. You're like, am I gone or is?
I think it was me.
I could still hear you. It was perfectly fine. So
good. I looked up and my screen was black and I was like, oh no. Pause for a second. Yeah, so I tried Memory Called Empire twice on audio, and I think I might just have to pick it up physically because I do. And it was after she had commented to me about the Rook, and I noticed it does sound like in that book, so it's a completely different book. I kept noticing the fact that it did sound very robotic. It sounded like, I don't know, like if you, not robotic is not the right word, but like if you think about like old timey, whenever they used to call out news on the streets and they had like the cadence that they would call it out, like it kind of was like that in the book, but
yeah, like almost like performative, but not natural.
Right.
Like it felt like they were delivering lines in a certain kind of way. I know what you're talking about. Like it's hard to explain.
Yeah.
It just doesn't sound as natural as it should. Like,
right.
Like narrators are in their own way actors.
Yes.
So like depending on how how they're acting, it's very dependent on like if they're a good actor or not, partially, so.
Yes. Especially because you can't see them. And so I think it's even harder for them because they have to put all of it into their voice. Yeah.
Yeah.
It also influenced me to purchase a dragon-shaped fidget. Is it like a fidget spinner?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah.
That's fun. But I've been wanting to do that since I saw my best friends. I love fidget spinners. I've never bought one myself, but anytime anyone plays with one, it's fascinating to me.
Yeah. I don't own one either, but I'm always like, oh, maybe I'd be addicted to it. I feel like I'd enjoy it too much.
Oh, the fish are like eldritch horror. I don't know what that is. Do you?
I don't know. I know that she was cleaning out her fish tank, but I don't know what eldritch horror is. I think that's might have to be a Google search in the next sprint.
Yes, I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
I'm a newbie to the horror genre. I've liked it so far, but I am new.
Yeah, and I'm even newer than you are, so.
We'll change that in the next year. Maybe some of our buddy reads will be horror.
Yeah, actually, a friend of mine at the library that I work at, who's like really into horror, maybe I've talked about you more to her than I have about her to you, but she loves horror. Like she's really into it. And she recommended Bloom to me by Delilah S. Dawson. Did I talk to you about that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, she brought the cover. She brought the book. So let me go grab it.
Okay.
I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. I'm just slightly far away. But this is what it is.
Ooh.
Doesn't that look really cool? And it's
Yes.
really short, actually. But she says she found it a really interesting representation of like horror, but with like a queer couple.
Okay.
And yeah, I don't know. I'm really intrigued by it, and so I'm hoping to read that in like the next week as like a bonus prompt for Get a Clue. And then I might even count that as kind of a buddy read with a new friend, because she and I haven't really done a read together, and she just read it this month, so I think it kind of could count. I don't know. Anyway,
Yeah. I think, yeah, because I'm sure you guys don't talk about it. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And she literally was like, "I want you to read this so I can talk to someone about it."
Alicia's participating at the wedding behind the scenes. And so after the wedding starts, she just gets to hang out. It's good. Those are the best. Could a Good Pig is nonfiction about a pig she owned. She writes a ton of amazing. Oh, I saw this on your channel, and I wanted to pick this, or I wanted to pick these books up. So this author writes a ton of books about like different animals. I can't remember which one I put on my TBR, but I thought it was fascinating. But yeah, they like focus on different animal species throughout. Yeah, I remember hearing you talk about this now. This was for Nonfiction November.
Oh, sweet. Also something going on this month.
Yes. You are correct, Leandra. I don't know what you're correct about.
The Weight of Blood, it being a
yes.
BIPOC retelling of Carrie in modern day setting. Yeah.
Oop. Sorry, the screen's moving around. We're here for Andy.
And of course now Andy's gone.
I know. I just subbed to Josie Talks About Books. She's a booktube newbie. I'll have to write that down.
Ooh, Josie Talks About Books. Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check her out too. I love that idea about like taking the time to react to a bunch of new booktubers and like just discussing them. I might have to do that too, because like that sounds like a really positive part of the community to be like, hey, look at these new fun people.
Yeah, I just think it'd be fun. And I know like when I first started out, it was nerve-wracking, especially like stuff like sprints, like stuff that's live. It was nerve-wracking kind of getting into the community. So I think the more outreach, I think the better it'll be. So yeah, I'm excited about it. I think it's gonna be fun. I would agree it isn't the best book I've ever read, but it's very engaging. Yes, I agree. That's kind of how I explain it to people whenever they ask if they should read it. Also, I'm writing a novel, and independently, apparently me and Rebecca Yaros are using a couple of similar themes and tropes.
Ooh. Oh, interesting.
So are you like on the dragon end of side, the romance things? Like what themes are you
what
in
themes
common?
and tropes?
I'm really liking the way she's handling one of them, because I know from experience that that particular trope is difficult to track. Yeah, it's always interesting to see how different authors do manage, especially whenever a trope is so popular that it seems like everything's been done, and there are like good ways and bad ways to handle certain things. It has prominent authors and more obscure ones. It has Mary Shelley, Louisa May Alcott, Edith Wharton. My brain's not working. Charlotte Perkins Gilman.
Cool. I've heard of like actually quite a few of these women. Like I know Louisa May Alcott, a lot of people don't realize, but she wrote like mystery, like short stories as well. I think she's best known. She wrote Little Women, right? Is that crazy for me to think that? What did she write? She wrote
I don't know. I'm really bad about remembering author names.
I know. And the issue is the reason why I'm not sure is because I actually haven't read Little Women. Yeah, she wrote Little Women. Okay. Yeah. And so I read a collection of like Victorian era mysteries, and she was in there, and it's like, yeah, people don't realize that she wrote it. Same as like A.A. Milne, who's the creator of Winnie the Pooh. He also wrote a Golden Age mystery. And so it's just, I love to see like back in the day how different authors, what they're known for now, but how versatile they were. So
yeah,
cool.
Fun. No, it's called An Articulated Dragon, and it's delightful. Is that
the Eldritch Horror, or?
I don't know.
Oh, continue on. She has the dot dot dots.
Oh, imagine if
Imagine.
God came into your house and cleaned it. Oh, okay.
Oh, ah,
I just react when I change the water.
yeah. Okay, yeah. Honestly, yeah. Or you think about like, have you ever seen like the Men in Black? How we're all just in marbles and just in worlds. I'm sure that's like literally what fish are like. They're like,
Yes.
I don't know. These gods are doing something to me, to my water.
We're both writing a love triangle subversion.
Ooh.
Fun.
Mm-hmm.
And we're both writing something that involves a mental bond. Oh, cool. It's interesting. Depending on how that's done, I really enjoy it or I hate it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Everything else is pretty different because it's in different subgenres. Mine's superhero fiction. Oh, fun.
Yeah, that is really cool. I'm still stuck on like the mental bond thing. That's interesting. Is it kind of like well, not that necessarily asking of Maggie, but what I thought of with mental bond, the most recent books that I have with that are obviously the Starlight Shadow, right? Is that
Yeah.
kind of I don't know if that's the same idea, but the idea of being able to speak mentally to each other, having this connection. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I think it can be a whole bunch of different things though, like just because I mean, I guess Luna was another example of something like that in the Starlight because that
Yeah.
wasn't necessarily speaking, but it was like sending emotions or sending
Yeah,
or
yeah, emotions and pictures and yeah. And also I just saw Maggie's comment about the articulated dragon is the fidget spinner. We've been talking about
oh.
everything. Like it's just like piecing together. Like that's the thing is like when we keep going and then the comments are delayed and then we're like, wait, we've already talked about 5 subjects.
Okay.
Yeah.
The pieces are clicking.
Yeah, Maggie's just keeping us on our toes. It's not yet the afternoon, so we got to wake up a bit more.
Speaking of that, we have been talking for almost 40 minutes.
I know. No one people have to like monitor us. It's really bad, but we have fun.
We do. We have fun. So, are we ready for a sprint?
Very ready.
And are you good with 45 minutes?
That works for me.
Okay. Anyone in the comments? I know we said this in the last sprint that we did together. If you guys prefer like longer sprints or shorter sprints, please leave them in the comments and we can always adapt. We're flexible. So, speaking of which, before we start, I want to know, so are you listening to Stone Sky on audio?
Yes, I'm listening to it on audio because I
What
don't have access to the physical.
Okay. I just want to make sure that we're like close to the same time frame. What speed are you typically comfortable with?
So the thing is like I typically start with like 1.25 or 1.5. I don't know if that's like crazy slow for you.
No, I do the same thing because when you're starting out, I feel like it helps me figure out like names and where we are. And yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Then yeah, I've got it set at 1.25 right now.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, yay! See you on the other side.
See you in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello. I didn't have the thing up, and so because I'm working on my bullet journal as I was listening, and so I was looking at this image, and then suddenly it me out, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not ready.
I had it up and I was looking like every once in a while to make sure it didn't startle me.
Yeah, smart.
So, I am in a moment between Hoa and Essen, is what I'll say.
Ah, me too. Yeah, I'm also in a certain kind of moment between Hoa and Essen. Oh my gosh, you know what I think? And I it's hard to remember fully exactly the moment that book two started off, but I feel as though we always start off in the thick of it, like some in action, like there's just you're trying to get your bearings, which I suppose makes sense because at least in this one, the character we're following, Essen, is also trying to get her bearings for various reasons, and so I get why we are following through that perspective. Like she doesn't know what's happening, so we shouldn't know what's happening.
Yeah.
Yeah. What did you think about the prologue?
It was very eerie. And
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Oh yeah,
assuming I don't want to give too much away because of the fact that it's the third book in a series.
I know.
That's the city. I don't know
The
how to
city that
say
was
that.
mentioned in book two.
Right. With the Stone Eaters. Right.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. Okay. That's what I was assuming it was.
yeah, yeah. I know. Yes, that's at least what I got. I assumed that it was a reference that I also feel like we got a lot. Like I don't know, we were pretty much told how things are gonna end. I feel like,
Like foreshadowing, yeah.
yeah, like the way that the tone was, because these prologues coming from a certain perspective are from from like the present, reflecting on these events, and so there was a mention of a certain event that I was like, okay, so this is what happened. It's very weird. Yeah, everyone else is
Yeah.
like, what's going on, but you know what I'm talking about, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did have to go back. So I listened to like the first 10 minutes and then I wasn't following like what was happening there because I feel like it takes my brain a minute to readapt to N.K. Jemison's writing style because I really like it,
Mhm.
but it's so complex. And like
Mhm.
the way that she like even the title of the prologue was like it is I or it is how was
When
it?
I turned from me to I, or
Yeah,
me, something like that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And it's all like that's built into some of the things that we know from the previous books,
Mhm.
but
Yeah.
it's still remembering all of that and like getting back into the mode of like the complexity of the storyline and how everything fits together is always
Mhm.
difficult for me. So I had to go back, like reback or go back and listen to the first 10 minutes again while like
Mhm.
immersive reading and being like, okay, I need to focus on
Yeah,
what's happening right now. But
yeah.
yeah,
I'm glad that you're listening too, because the one thing I'll say is I didn't like Tonki, right?
mhm.
She's very southern in this all of a sudden, and I didn't think she was as have it. I didn't think she had as strong of a southern twang as she did in earlier books.
I do
We were
think
just talking about
she,
like the way we were hearing narrators speak, but I feel like her accent's changed a little bit.
I remember her being a little Southern. I don't know that I
Yeah.
remember it being as much as it is now. Because it was almost more of a because in previous books it was just she had been away from society for so long that I guess
Yeah.
that was kind of like the perception that I had of her accent. But yeah, I still really
Yeah.
like Tonki. Tonki is like
Oh, me too. I still really like her too. But I was like, "Ooh, she's just letting down,
got a little
letting
bit of
down her
twang.
accent." Yeah, exactly. So funny. Yeah. I still also really like Hoa. Like I don't know, for some reason, everything that's happened, everything we've learned, I don't know, I just really like his like demeanor and tone, and just I don't know, he's an interesting character that I don't know if we'll learn too much more about, but like his backstory, but I think he's interesting.
Which is kind of sad because he has such a backstory that I feel
Yeah.
like we could definitely get into that. But yeah,
Mhm.
um, I am interested in the dynamics of the community at this
Mm.
point in time. and like the anger that exists right now.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Especially, so there's like all of this anger happening, but meanwhile, Essen's going through something because of what she discovered at the end of book 2. So now that's impacted her own kind of connection to these people. Like that one line when she realized that her own kind of perspective changed, that now she like cares in a different way, which sucks because there's so much anger going on as well. So it's like, oh my God, everybody's got to get on the same page, like emotionally. But yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't know. It's intriguing. I always, I mean, this series has been really, really fun.
Yeah, agreed.
We had a comment on the 45 minutes. I do like the 45-minute sprints, but like I said, we're flexible. So if anyone wants to try anything else, we can. And Brittany joined. Hello, Brittany. Just about to start the Scarlet Veil. So I looked this up during the sprint. This is a mystery romance.
Ooh, I think it also might have been one of Brittany's book hauls, like when she went off and bought like red books because she's Team Scarlet, just to kind of give the rep. I think that this was in her like book shopping spree video, but I could be wrong, Brittany. So let me know.
Yeah,
I feel like I recognize the name.
Very quickly looked it up because I was obviously not focusing on what I should have been focusing on because I had to go back. Thank you.
Yeah,
I had to go back and re-listen.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, especially because it was like the name Scarlet. She's like, could I have left this book being on Team Scarlet? No. And I was like, yeah, I would do the same. The plum veil doesn't sound as nice, though. The Scarlet Veil sounds better. So yeah.
You can make it work.
Yeah. He's back. Yes.
I've been trying to curl my hair with one of those heatless curling headband things, but I'm not just I'm good at this. Sorry. Sandy, can you get down? Come here.
Oh, I know. It's not fun to be not allowed to kind of cause a little fun mischief. I've actually never tried one of those heatless curling headbands before, but I see people obviously use it all the time. I don't know, with my hair texture, it's not super curly, but it's like wavy enough where it's like I have products that help me kind of show the curls when I can. But I've always kind of, I don't know, like thought about curling it with a curling iron as well. But it's also like, oh, it's additional work. If I buy that, am I actually going to use it? Like, I feel like I could just see myself being like, look at what I've done today. I just put it up in a bun and I'm like, hello, internet. So like, whatever.
Living our best life.
Yeah.
I feel like every time I try something like that, where, especially the ones you do overnight, I wake up and my hair is just
everywhere. Yeah, and like the parts all crumpled and weird too. And I'm just like, did I make this worse? Like, yeah. Hello, our little lion. How are you?
He's intrigued. My husband just brought me a blueberry muffin from one of our coffee shops here, and my cat loves muffins. Just a very strange thing for him. He doesn't get a lot of human food, but funny story about like when we first got him, he's very picky about the cat food that he eats, and he does not like human food just in general. And so, which all the cats that I've had in the past, you kind of had to like make sure that you're like, whenever you eat, you had food like up and away from them. And he just kind of upturns his nose at any human food. So when we first got him, I had gone for a run. I got home and I was eating a muffin and I was sitting on my living room floor and I wanted to go and grab some water from the kitchen. I set my plate down on the kitchen or on our living room floor to go and grab my water, thinking that he wasn't going to mess with it because he'd never messed with it before, like in the 6 months that I had him. And I came back and he had like a face full of blueberry muffin just sitting there looking at me.
You're like, what is in that muffin?
So it is something that he enjoys. That is the only thing. Anytime I have blueberry muffins, he's like, "That's for me, right?"
That's so weird. That's so interesting. Oh my gosh. I don't think I've ever heard of a cat being into muffins before.
Yeah, he's strange.
Yeah. Yep.
So Maggie got done with her textbook reading. Very good. I even did some professional development reading. Might order McDonald's for lunch. Ooh.
Yeah, treat yourself. Why not? Yeah. It's weekend.
I love McDonald's fries. I don't eat there very often, but I do love McDonald's fries.
I love any fries. Fries. I was talking to someone. I'm like, potatoes. Like, they're amazing. Like they give us fries. They give us everything. They're the best.
There was a post, I think it was on Instagram, that was talking about, or maybe you sent it to me. It was, or maybe not. There was a post on Instagram that was like, potatoes, you can make fries out of them. It had like all the things that potatoes are used for, vodka. There was something else that potatoes are used for, and it's like all the other vegetables are slacking.
Yeah. I didn't send that to you, but I would. If I saw that, I would have been like, "Yep, this is my life." Potatoes are magic. That's what they are.
Sack Red Let Loose and Cave of Echoes. I haven't heard of either of these authors. They're both good, and by lesser known authors. There you go.
Yeah, there must be in the collection, the horror collection that he's reading. Interesting, especially their last names. It sounds like it's a diverse for the time. We're getting like various cultural backgrounds.
Yeah. Yeah, I skipped over the names. I wasn't gonna try.
Yeah. I was like, Cholmondeley. For some reason, it makes me think of who's that actor? Timothée Chalamet. Like, yeah, that's what I was thinking of, that last name.
And then Brittany, a vampire romantasy. Okay.
Yeah, and it was from her book haul, her like shopping spree for Team Scarlet. I knew it.
So do you guys get extra points for having the title, like for you having plum in the title, or just have to be that color?
You know what? No. So there's what's interesting about it is it's based off of the game board clue. And so, hello, Kitty. Suddenly you disappeared. I'm not talking to Danny anymore. I'm talking to Andy. So Andy, here's how it works. There's 9 rooms, and we randomly kind of are moved from one room to the next, and every room has a certain prompt associated with it, a certain clue, or a certain prompt, sorry, not a clue. And we've got to basically read a book that fits that prompt. And all of us in different teams, we possibly land in different rooms because she spins the wheel for each of us. And so my first room might not have been the same room that Brittany, Team Scarlet, was in. And we'll eventually get into all the rooms, but we don't know which order every other team's getting into them. So, oh my gosh, your cat is just so freaking cute. Oh my gosh. What's interesting is we're all in room 2 now, and some of us may have had the same prompts, but we don't know. So it's like all secret. And so it has nothing to do with like the color of the books, but we do have additional bonus prompts that we can do if we like finish our room prompt early. So for instance, room 1 obviously started on the 1st, and then we just had room 2 drop yesterday. And so if you were like waiting, maybe on like you finished your book on Wednesday or Thursday and you want to get your team more points, you could go to your team additional prompt list, which is based off of your character. So for instance, like Brittany being Team Scarlet, maybe one of her additional prompts is a red book, with a red cover, or it's like, it could be something else like has X on the cover, like whatever that thing is that's associated with your character or something like that. So Brittany could be fulfilling her room prompt, or she could be fulfilling a bonus prompt if she already completed her room prompt. Does that make sense?
Yes.
It was touch and go because Andy was just the best distraction ever. But yeah. So for instance, and you can kind of juggle them. Like I've seen people reading their bonus prompts while also reading their room prompt, and just kind of like, you just have to submit your room prompt first before you submit any bonus prompts. Like I'm halfway through my room prompt, but I'm also halfway through a potential bonus book, and I just have to like finish the room before I can submit the bonus if I do. So I'm not sure if Brittany's doing her room or if she's doing a bonus prompt for this one. Okay. But it doesn't matter what color the books are.
That's so cute. My cat loves cake and olives. Interesting. Hopefully not at the same time.
Yeah, maybe a bit of olive bread. But olives, that is very interesting because I feel like that's such a distinct, like, I don't like olives, and
Well, a lot of things like because I mean they have a very distinct smell, and a lot of
Yeah.
things that cats are not gonna interesting.
Yeah, yeah, definitely
Yeah,
go
that's
figure.
weird. No, but I may be doing a video.
Ooh, very exciting.
Is it for my room? But you guys, whatever you were doing sprints, you guys were saying that like technically you could tell each other that you're not doing it for your room to try and trick people into thinking like what the prompts for the rooms are. Are you
Oh,
being
yeah.
honest, Brittany?
I know, it's like, ooh, maybe Brittany's being doing suspicious stuff. Though we have kind of, what's interesting too is after every room we get a clue, and like everyone gets the same clue, unless you like win, and then supposedly you get more clues or something like that. And we all have officially learned that Scarlet was not the killer. So
Ooh.
yeah, so the only team that is above suspicion at the moment is Brittany's team. The rest of us, who knows? Who knows what's going on?
Most of the diversity is LGBTQ. Several of the authors have relationships with women, which was scandalous at the time. Interesting.
Hmm. Yeah, this is getting more and more interesting, this horror collection.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, very cool.
I've been obsessed with like Mary Shelley recently, so I need to not just for her, but like in general.
Yeah, but it's kind of like I'm sure her among other authors are kind of like a good gateway into introducing yourself. Like, oh, I know this author, so I know I can like read her, but then enjoy being introduced to new people.
Yeah. Kirsten over at the Reading Nymph recently read it's a what do you call it? It's a biography, I guess, of Mary Shelley that someone wrote, but it was talking about her life, but it's in a almost graphic novel looking book. And so it
Mm-hmm.
has like how Frankenstein or how she created Frankenstein and some things that she was going on in her life when all of that was happening. And then as you're reading, there are all these depictions of Frankenstein in the book. It looked like a beautiful book. But yeah. I have
Mm-hmm.
not read. I still have not read the original Frankenstein. I have a physical copy of it, so it is on my physical TBR. I could get it for the Bucket List-athon. Um,
Yes. And
I've
you're
read like about 50 pages, and Kirsten and I were going to buddy read it together. So that might also be. So I might have two new buddy reads this month.
Ooh.
But yeah, I want to read the original. I read The Dark Descent of Elizabeth Frankenstein last year, which was really fun, and then The Children on the Hill this year. I
Yeah.
loved. And so I got into Frankenstein retellings, and now I'm like, I
That's what I
need
was gonna say. You like went backwards. You're like, let's read the retellings first, and then, yep.
to.
That's so funny. Yeah, I had to read Frankenstein, honestly, actually twice for two different like courses, which is very weird. So but I've only ever read it in an academic setting, which I think is interesting. And I kind of want to read the classics I've read in school, whether it be in high school or undergrad, like eventually just on my own, because I think the school setting can impact you feeling like you're forced to read it or just not looking at it in the right lens. So
Yeah, I think that like almost your perception of what's going on in the book too can be skewed one way or the other depending on the discussions that are happening in your class. Yeah.
oh yeah.
I've read Frankenstein 3 times. It's better each time. It didn't really work for me the first time.
Oh yeah, okay, that's cool, interesting. I could see that, especially when there's like a lot happening and like the language and getting used to it, and then like the more you know already the story, you can start looking at the little symbols and the clues and the nuances.
I know. I really enjoy rereading books, but I do find myself avoiding doing that because there are so many books out there that I want to read.
I
I know we've
know,
had
me
this
too.
discussion before.
Yeah. You know what? I don't think I sent this to you. I think I sent this to Carly, Bookish Pixie Reads. She's also on Instagram. And there is a readathon happening in December, and it's called the Rereadathon, where it's all about encouraging people to return to books that they loved and like rereading. And I really like that for December, because a lot of times December is like the month, especially for us booktubers who were like doing like the year in review. But then of course we're still reading new books. So it's like, oh, what if I read a book I love in December and I don't get to talk about it and like all this stuff. So I was like, I think I might actually participate in Rereadathon maybe for the like last 2 weeks of December.
Yeah.
So that it's just like, I know that I'm not going to be ending on like my favorite book of the year, suddenly this one. And now we're moving on to like new stuff for 2024 and then having to, I don't know, throw in my rankings then. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it, but I kind of like the idea of that kind of readathon.
Yeah, I like that. Michaela, who will be joining us at some point in time in November for sprints, is doing, I can't remember what she called it, but she's doing a reread of all of her 5-star books for the year to then finally determine like what her favorite book is. Because
Oh
she
my
wants to make
gosh.
sure that like it wasn't just like the time of year or like her attitude at the time or like the other books that she was reading at the time that influenced her decision. She wants to make sure
Yeah.
that if she rated something 5 stars, she wants to rank them based on that. I thought that was a really cool idea.
Yeah, especially I guess it depends on like how many books you read, and two, how often you tend to give a 5-star read. Sorry, there's a motorcycle going by, so he wants to be in the video too. Because I tend I tend to DNF quite easily if I think it's going to be a 2-star or lower, depending on what it is. And so that means most of my books are 3, 4, and 5. And so like
Yeah.
for me, I wouldn't be able to take the time to read all of the five. I'm looking at the numbers right now, and it's honestly probably insane. So like that's really cool though.
Yeah, I think I have, I don't know the exact number, but it's more books than I read in a month that I could.
Yeah.
And a lot of them are chunky because I tend to rate my bigger
Mm-hmm.
books higher. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I could definitely see that. I don't think I could. I would have to pick like a selection of 5-star reads that I think are my top and reread them again.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I do think the idea is interesting though, because I have found, so when I read The Book That Wouldn't Burn, which is like a contender for one of my top books of the year, I was also
Mm-hmm.
reading Engines of Empire, which is also a contender for the top book of the year. And then right now I'm reading The Will of the Many and Rise of Empire.
Mm-hmm.
And both of them are fantastic and I think could potentially be one of my favorite books of the year. So it's weird that like I have read throughout the year some of my favorite books of the year in pairs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like they're going together. Honestly, though, sometimes it's just the way it is. Like I find myself, yeah, either I have like a month of kind of slumpiness where like no books are really that interesting, or I have a month where I'm like, I'm reading a great book one after the other. And yeah, so I don't know if it partially could be when we decide to read these books, we're picking them for different reasons. But yeah, that's interesting. Might have to do some theories about it. Start tracking, like do
Yeah.
like one of those graphs to see what it looks like when you're like 5, 5, 1, 2, 3. That
Yeah.
could be kind of cool to look at.
Might be something to consider for next year as far as like
Yeah.
journaling and keeping track of stats and things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Nell.
Hello.
Hi, Ro.
So many friends.
Yes. Hello, lovelies. Hope we're having a wonderful day. We are. Hi, Rachel. Hope you're having a
Woohoo.
wonderful day as well. Like a 5-star audit. Yeah. Those videos are interesting, especially if you've been following the book tour for a while. Yeah, because your taste changes over the year. And so it is really interesting to see, especially if you think like at the very beginning of the year, if you read something in January and then in May, you read something that has similar ties, like or similar themes, but it's better.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, does that change my opinion on the first book?
Yeah, because too, I was thinking the other so last year for 2022, I think I did a video where I made the choice to like I chose my favorite book within every genre I read. rather than doing like my top 10. I have a ruler. I don't know why I picked it up so that I can like start talking. So I have so I chose like my favorite fantasy book, my favorite mystery, my favorite horror, my favorite sci-fi, because I kind of realized that I don't know, like a 5-star doesn't equate across genres in the same way.
Yeah.
But then I think I did choose like my favorite overall, and it was Appleseed by Matt Bell, which I just adore. I don't think enough people read it.
On
But
my
I
list.
read that back in January in 2022, and I was kind of thinking, I'm like, wow, my favorite book of the year happened way back in January, and I don't know, this is weird.
Yeah, Meg with Books just recently did a video for it was a ranking video. So she had like a bracket of all of her favorite reads of the
Cool.
year and then figure out like which one won. And she said her favorite, she didn't think anything was going to be able to beat it. She read in January.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy? That's really weird. I mean, it's great to know that you like started off the year well, but
Yeah.
it's like you've started it off with high standards.
Well, and I think it was even her first book of the year. So she has an ongoing thing where the first book of the year, I don't know how many years running this is, but her first book of the year has to be a 5-star read. Like she
Wow.
wants to make her first book of the year a 5-star read,
Mhm.
which I think is nice, but it would also stress me out.
Yeah, yes, but like you almost become a bit more like critical, like where
Yeah.
you're like analyzing it, like, is it 5 stars? Yeah.
And if you start reading something that's not a 5-star, do you put it down?
Yeah, and you're like, nope, okay, I'm not gonna finish this because I know it's not going to be. So then you might have like, in your wake a bunch of like soft DNFs until you get to the 5 star. I'm looking to see if my first book was a 5 star this year. I think it was, if I remember it correctly. Oh well, actually, my first no, it wasn't. My first read of the year was actually a DNF. I remember that, and then it was a 3 star. Was my first finished book, but then my next book was 5 stars. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I was like, I'm starting off the year great with a DNF. Woohoo!
It can only go up from there, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's the great perspective.
Row watch episode 9 of, is it Frarian Beyond
No,
Journey's
no.
End? It
Mhm.
was so good. I heard this fantasy story. I've never heard of it.
Yeah, me neither. Was
What
it
platform
anime
is it
or
on?
is it? Who said you watched episode 9? I
Hmm.
wonder if it's anime or something.
Tell us more.
Yeah, yes, bro. Educate us.
If you like the book that wouldn't burn, try Furies of the Cauldron by Jim Butcher. Huh. I'll have to try that out. I'll write that down.
Interesting. Especially if you think that Mark Lawrence borrowed a lot of that, kind of influence, or it's inspired and similar.
Yeah, so when you say borrowed, do you think it's I know that all authors no story is wholly original. Like I get that, but do you think it's like too similar, or do you think that there's some similar themes? I recently read it was by what was it called? The First Binding. It's going to drive me nuts if I couldn't remember it. I talked about it on my channel. Everyone recommended it because it's supposed to be similar to The Name of the Wind.
I remember you
And
talking about this on your channel. Yep.
yeah, as I was reading it, it was following the exact same plot. Like I described it to my husband after I got like 200 and something pages in.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what book do you think I'm reading if this, and this have happened? And he was like, are you rereading The Name of the Wind? I'm like, I'm not, but
Yeah, interesting, but no.
and I know a lot of people like love that book. And so I don't know if I had so hyped it up in my head that I was then catching all of the similarities in plot. But I don't know. I feel like something can be inspired by a book and not follow and have the same plot line.
Yeah, yeah. It depends. Like, are you inspired by maybe having a similar type of character, but they're going through different conflicts? Or maybe, there's a fork in the road, rather than deciding this decision, they do something else. There can be like ways to go about it. But if it's like literally copy and paste, you're like, is this inspired or is it just
Right.
it?
My favorite books of the year are LGBTQ contemporaries. My most liked fantasy are all 4-star or 4/5 stars.
Mm-hmm.
I don't read a lot of contemporary.
Yeah, I think that there was a time when I did, especially when I was reading more literary fiction, because it tends to be quite contemporary. But I realized lately that I'm the least interested in picking up contemporary books. I'm listening to one right now for one of my room prompts, and it's like a YA like rom-com. It's called Don't Hate the Player, and it's actually very cute. It's very sweet. It follows I literally all day yesterday I was struggling to find a book for this room prompt. Like I didn't start it until last night, and like the room dropped yesterday morning because I was looking through all my shelves looking for a book, and I was like, and the specific type of prompt I think is very much like you can go out of different genres, but it's very contemporary. And I was like, I don't have it. I just don't own many contemporary books that would have this specific element to it. And so I was forced to go to Libby to find something because I was like, I literally don't own anything. I was like, I don't. This is so hard. I'm hoping this is the hardest prompt I have because yeah, this one, it was rough. I'm really enjoying the book that I picked, but I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah. So yeah, I'm not a big contemporary person. I don't think. I don't tend to gravitate towards them.
Yeah. I almost have to be like, it has to be a recommendation for me because I feel like
Mm-hmm.
it's almost a little overwhelming because of the fact that there are so many of them out there that I'm not super interested in.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Spears of Cauldron was created out of a prompt. Pokemon, but Roman leagues. Huh.
Interesting.
Sounds fun.
Mm-hmm.
It's anime. Okay. So I wonder what platform is it on?
Yeah,
Or
that's
is
a
it
good
something you can
question.
find online?
Mm-hmm.
It's similar enough. I consider it stealing, to be honest. Oh
Gosh. That is interesting though, and it brings up a good discussion about creative license and like ownership, like where that line is drawn and like how we can draw it because it's really complicated.
yeah. I'll have to give the Jim Butcher book a chance
Mm-hmm.
because I haven't read anything by Jim Butcher. I know that he has a ton of books out. I just haven't picked anything up by him. So yeah, that'll be interesting to see kind of the similarities.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, R.R. Verdi is the author of the first binding.
Ah. Mm-hmm.
And it was funny. There's a really big booktuber who did a video on R.R. Verdi and the first binding. What's his name? Petrick. Yeah, Petrick. I'm pretty sure it's Petrick. Did a video on it, and he was almost defending like the fact that a lot of people do say that it's very similar to Name of the
Mm-hmm.
Wind. So yeah, it would be an interesting discussion to have, and not like, I mean, I just read books. Like I'm not a professional by any
Mm-hmm.
means, and so I don't know that my opinion needs to be like validated or anything. But I just think it is an interesting, like, where is the line
Yeah.
in drawing inspiration from something versus like it just being theft.
Well said. I'm just like, yep.
Indeed. None of my 5-star predictions have been 5 stars. My actual 5 stars have been random books that I wasn't expecting. Oh no.
Clearly I don't know myself. Honestly, I can relate to that, right? You're like, oh, there's all this checks off all the boxes, and you're like, but how? Nope, it didn't. It's not a 5-star. Mm-hmm.
It sucks when you do have, so especially if you're really excited about a 5-star prediction. I know like some of my 5 stars, I'm like, I just really think I'm going to like this. But some of them I'm like, I am absolutely 100% positive this is going to be a 5-star. And then when you get to it, you're like, I don't like this book.
Oh, right. Yeah, she's like, now I got to change my perspective, like change my expectations. And it's like too late. And you start to question yourself, like, is it my fault? Did I put too much pressure on this book? When I don't know. I will say the pleasantly surprised 5 stars are actually probably even more fun.
Yeah.
I think I have more fun when I'm suddenly shocked that I'm adoring a book compared to one where I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm gonna really enjoy this. like just the adrenaline rush of it. I don't know.
It's like you've discovered something new.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is our kind of like, I don't know, version of like a championship win where it's the underdog. You're like, yay.
Row.
Yeah.
Hi, hope everyone was well. Hi, Christina. Had a hard time getting my bed to release me today.
I feel that.
But needed to be productive. Aw, thanks for the like. I totally understand. Sometimes it's nice to just lay in bed for a little bit. Sometimes you need that too. But happy you joined us. Rachel, Pokemon plus Roman Leagues actually sounds dope. It does. Okay, Crunchyroll is where the
interesting. Okay.
The anime is. I used to have a subscription to Crunchyroll. I recently canceled it because I had too many subscriptions going on.
They just add up and you're like, what are we doing?
I think I need to start doing what I know that certain people have, like a schedule of like January is my Netflix month, and then I'm going to cancel my Netflix subscription, and then I'm going to go and get the subscription instead. Leandra, I might know what room you're in.
You probably do now. Like I tried to be a bit vague about it and like what the prompt is, because I like we don't want to give it away. But I would say it probably is really obvious. It's probably going to be I'm imagining it's, I don't know, I guess because it's probably, we've only had 2 rounds and I'm sure there's certain prompts none of us have even gotten to yet. But I would imagine this is probably going to be, this is the most obvious prompt. People can be creative with it, but yeah, like I'm, as a big mystery reader who delves into sci-fi and fantasy sometimes, I was like, this prompt is not for me. Like I was like, I just can't find anything. And I was like, there was one option where it was a collection of stories, but I read collections so slowly, and I really enjoy them when I read them, but they're just a slower read for me. And I'm like, I can't pick this collection up because I know it's going to take me forever to get through it. And I'm just going to be like speed reading it. And so that was the only thing I could find. I found another thing that I thought might be it, like might count. But someone in our little group chat, like in the team, was like, no, I don't think that counts. Meanwhile, there was another option that was given that they said, yes, that counts. And I was like, okay, everybody, we are like, I don't know if that's fair, but I was like, you know what, fine, we're just going to accept it. And so I decided to like follow my team's suggestion, and I found something else. But I was like, I feel like mine's closer to the other rule, and I can't say anything. So you all just have to trust me, okay? Trust my bias on this. But I have found a book and it's fine. So yeah, now I'm very certain you probably know exactly what I'm talking about.
Now I suddenly have a very bad idea for a novel.
Ooh. Dun, 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 dun.
My hubby loves Jim Butcher, at least the Dresden Files. The Dresden Files is the one of the series of Jim Butchers that I have been considering picking up, but I think it's a really long series, isn't it? I don't think the books are very long, but I think that there's a ton of books out there with the Dresden Files, so I need to give that a shot. Love the plum rep.
Yes, and I was like, I'm gonna wear a cozy sweater today, and I was like, oh, I do own a purple sweater, because I was like, I don't think I own anything purple, and so yes, I'm repping plum team today. Thanks, Nell. Thanks for noticing. Meanwhile, the little comment color is repping you, Mr. Green. So I see Danny has bias unintentionally. It's fine.
Not on purpose, just my favorite color.
Understandable.
I'm reading one of my 5-star predictions right now, and I'm just like, what is happening in this book? Oh no! What book are you reading?
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that's a good question.
And is it like a good, I don't know what's happening in this book, or a bad, I don't know what's happening? I'm assuming by the emoji, it's a bad reaction.
Yeah, it looks like you're like dizzy.
I'm re-listening to A Marvelous Light. I've heard excellent things. A Restless Truth in preparation for A Power Unbound next Tuesday. The finale in the last binding trilogy, Freya Marska?
If it's I don't know, I'm thinking like European.
Yeah,
Eastern
maybe.
European.
She's now an auto-buy author. I love that. That Jack Skellington moment. What's this?
Yep.
That's one of my favorite scenes from that movie. What's this? What's this? Fellow writer.
Yes, finding different connections in the chat.
Yes. The only reason I think I know is because I was looking for books and came across the book you're reading and put it on my maybe list.
Yeah. Honestly, I will say I am really enjoying it so far. I guess I might as well just say the title, right? Doesn't really matter. So I'm literally juggling like 4 books at the moment, but the one I'm reading right now, it's called Don't Hate the Player. It's by Alexis Ned. And also now, if that's not the book you were thinking, well, then here we are. but I am really enjoying it. Like I'm finding it very cute. It's really fun, and I feel like it's a unique spin on the prompt. And so I am liking it. And I'm listening to it on audiobook and it's going by really fast. So
Good.
yeah, not me helping out another team. It's fine.
Making connections. Nala has joined us. Hello, Nala. I'm not even going to try and pronounce the name again. Books are about Fays gifting British lords with magic and conspiracy of bad guys to collect all the magic for themselves. So gay. It's 1900 England or 1900 England. So a little bit of historical fantasy. That's awesome.
Cool. Like, wait, making friends.
Tell me about yourself.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Green for the win.
Yep, that's whatever, Danny. Whatever.
Ooh, I've read everything Jim Butcher has written. Oh my gosh. The Dresden Files is the most problematic. Interesting.
It sounds like this is a complicated author.
Yeah.
But interesting. I'm interested in this.
Huh.
I gotta tell you, I don't know anything about Jim Butcher. Maybe I've heard his name. I feel like who is it? Kiki Palmer, when she says, "I'm sorry to this man. I don't know this man." But that's how I feel about Jim Butcher. I'm like, nope.
Don't know him.
Yeah, wouldn't know a thing.
They write better than most fantasy romance books. Her books are marketed as fantasy instead of fantasy romance. Her books are very spicy. Interesting. I always marketing of books is so intriguing to me because it's very confusing. I feel like so many books are marketed incorrectly. I don't know. I don't read a lot of fantasy or a lot of romance. I read a lot of fantasy, but not a lot of romance. And so I don't know that I've ever seen a romance book marketed incorrectly. Most of the time I see things that are marketed as fantasy that I don't believe are fantasy, but that's probably just because that's what I primarily read.
Yeah, I think if it's like a genre blend, you know how, for instance, fantasy romance, I feel like you need to almost decide what comes. Like, I feel like the first genre mentioned is the one that's being applied to the second. Like the second one's the main one, and then this one's being described. Like, for instance, when you say a woman author, the author is the noun and the woman is the noun turning into an adjective. Does that make sense? And so, like a fantasy romance, my idea is the romance comes first and then the fantasy is being applied as an adjective to the romance.
Interesting.
Versus like if it's heavy fantasy and happens to have romance, then it's a romance fantasy. Like that's what I have in my mind that I would like. For instance, a historical mystery. The main genre is that it's a mystery, but it happens to be like set in like a historical time. Like it's not, a primary source of, like it wasn't written in 1920 and set in 1920. It's written nowadays. Like so. That's why I like historical fiction mystery rather than a mystery historical fiction. But like, because I'm the only one who's in my brain thinking that, I'm like, everyone else isn't doing it the way I am. And I'm like, well, that's because no one else is thinking it that way.
That's interesting. I've never thought of it that way. I always just paired them together and just assumed that it was, I don't know, not an even split, but like, because I don't think I've ever heard somebody call something a romance fantasy. It's always been fantasy romance.
Yeah. So it's like, what's that about though? So maybe we just have to change the language. I think it's only because I'm thinking of like because yes, now English class, woohoo, but also because I think I remember I was taking this linguistics course in undergrad because I was getting like a double major, and it was like our professor made a huge difference saying there's like linguistic sociology and then there's sociological linguistics. She's like, two different things. One focuses on the linguistic element, and then the other one focuses on like, the sociological element, and it's being impacted by the other thing. So I know. I'm sorry, everyone, if you could hear my like it's so annoying. But yeah, so like that's why I think I always think of that, like what the primary noun is, and then what noun is affecting, the one that's sitting there. So that's why I don't know. In my brain, that's how I imagine it.
I'm reading Good Omens. It's a lot to keep up with so many characters and feels like it jumps around to different scenes that centrally makes sense in the context of the overall story. Yeah, I've read this. I really enjoyed it, but it definitely is one that I could see. I got lost a couple of times in it, and I just had to. It was one of those books that I feel like I do need to go back and reread it at some point in time because there were certain circumstances in the book that I just kind of accepted what was going on without really understanding what was going on.
Yeah. I've never read anything by that author actually either.
Neil Gaiman?
Mm-hmm. Nope,
I
never read
love
anything.
If you want like I really liked the Graveyard book by him. It's probably my favorite one that I've read by Neil Gaiman, but it's a middle grade horror.
Ooh. That actually is probably the best recommendation for me, is the idea of it being middle grade horror. Yeah. Because I wouldn't mind like dipping my toes into that and then delving off into his other stuff.
Yeah. It's very light, but yeah, I mean, it's middle grade, but I really enjoyed it. I've read a couple other books by him, but that's definitely been my favorite one. I'm just going to call this author Freya because I think I know how to pronounce their first name. Aussie. So, Ro, are you participating in, is it the Australian readathon that's happening this month as well?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so many things.
It probably doesn't help that I'm trying to rush through it. That's my fault. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know. That sucks.
Yeah. But it's the readathon too. That's why like it's so tough depending on what books you choose, because you feel the pressure, you feel the deadline, even if the deadline isn't set in stone. Like we don't know what the deadline is, but you've got to rush through it.
Yeah. And I don't think it's a short book. I don't think Good Omens. I don't think it's like super chunky either. But I don't think it's
but it's not like it's like 250 or 300 pages. Like I
can't remember. I'd have to look it up. I read it on Kindle. So when I'm not holding a physical book, it's all about like, how long does it take me to get to the next percentage? And I remember it taking a while. That's what's in my head when I think about that book.
Yeah.
And yes, Don't Hate the Player is the book that I was talking about.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm 45% in, and I really like it. Like I'm liking it so far. I'm finding it very sweet, and I don't tend to read contemporary, and I don't tend to read YA. But it's I don't know, the dial. It's just hitting an interesting way. Like I'm really enjoying the audiobook.
Hi, just joining in. Hello. I went searching around for Iron Flame today, but no luck. It's finally time to read.
Yeah, Katie's also one of the hosts of of Get a Clue.
Oh, Katie.
Yeah. I'm 99% sure she's on Team Scarlet with Brittany.
Okay. Man, it's hard to keep up.
I know. There's a lot of hosts. There's a lot of us.
Welcome, Nala.
Hey.
How are you doing?
I'm doing this on my phone, so this is a little bit different than on the computer. So I'm trying to figure out the chat and how this works.
No worries.
Hey. What are y'all talking about?
We have been kind of mixing it up. We were recently just talking about the Get a Clue readathon because there are several people in the chat, and Leandra is participating in that readathon.
It's nice.
A little nuts.
Yeah.
I really wanted to join that readathon this month, but I just knew with Bucket List-athon it was going to be too much for me to handle, and I didn't want to stress out about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 100% makes sense.
Yeah, I heard about that readathon. It sounds fun. I just did a Clue readathon in October.
Whoa.
It was a good time. It was a really good time.
Yeah, sweet.
It's fun.
So Nell says, instead of centrally, it was supposed to say, oh, don't really autocorrect. And then your English class. Yes, you definitely have the, I am not an English like language I mean, obviously I speak English, but like I did not pay attention to like grammar and things like that. That stuff did not stick with me. So it is whenever you
English
get on
professor too. So I forgot to mention. I also teach students. So I'm kind of like, well, I guess I should pay attention to language.
Kind of important.
Yeah.
Romantic fantasy is the other term, and there is a difference somehow. Yeah, I wish, and I'm sure that they're defined somewhere like out in the realm of the book world. I'm sure that there's more talking about like the different genres and how different things are defined. But I wish I would know how like publishers make those decisions, because I do feel like certain books get marketed a certain way because they think they're going to bring more audience to them. But then when you read the book, it's like, this is not a fantasy book, or this is more historical fiction than it is fantasy.
Yeah.
And I just feel like they do that for people, like to get more readers.
Yeah, get that money.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Butcher isn't really a complicated author. Dresden is more of a complicated character. Murphy Napier just started reading them, and she's enjoying them in spite of the problems. Saying hello in the comments. Oh, it's close to 400 pages. This is that Good Omens.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
I knew it was a little hefty.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Nell, and yes to Team Scarlet.
Mm-hmm. That's what I thought.
Got some rep in. We've got Team Scarlet, Team Green, and then Team Plum.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Always love Professor Plum.
What?
Always love Professor Plum.
That's my team. Woohoo!
Yay!
Right. I was gonna say Danny, who unintentionally is sided with Mr. Green because green's your favorite color. So we've evened it out. Good.
What are your favorite fantasy publishers? I'll read anything from Tor, Dabbles, Orbit, and Angry Robot. Yeah, I would definitely say I gravitate towards Tor and Orbit.
Same.
Yeah. I was actually looking at my shelves the other day. I didn't realize how many books I have that are from Orbit. I always assume whenever I like read things from my library or whatever, they're Tor, but the ones that I own, so like the books that I have like favorited in my life, are from Orbit.
Yeah. That is interesting to think about too, because I never think about publisher, which I should. I always just think of like author or genre. But it would be interesting to look at your shelves and be like, okay, how many do I tend to say do of like Tor or like Penguin Random House, like
Right.
Yeah.
There's no rules.
No rules.
I follow Publisher Weekly closely to know about books that will be published 1, 2, or more years in advance. Interesting. I need to do something like that, because I definitely, when I search for like anticipated releases, I always have to go digging, because I feel like a lot of even when I go to Tor's website, they don't do a very good job of like promoting books that are going to be published in like 6 months. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place, but I feel like I have to dig for that information.
Yeah, I think it depends on the publisher, how big they are. A friend of mine, someone I kind of work for, she has a book coming out, and she's got a British publisher, but she also has an American one. And she says that the British one's a bit smaller, and she's just like, yeah, they don't have. She's like, they just hired someone for social media, and he's like young 20s guy who's just kind of, but they just don't put money towards it. They're just not like they just, in regards to promoting, as her book comes out in April, whereas the American publisher is like far more like, all right, we're going to send people like gifts with like bookmarks and try to get the word out and do book tours and everything. And she happens to be in England, and she's just like, it's completely different. Like it just very much depends on the type of publisher and how much they like what they focus on, is whether it's on the author to promote themselves or if they like take the brunt of it.
Does she have a different cover as well for the British and the American?
Yes. Yeah. So she's got a different cover. So it's called A Body of Glass. It's a cultural history of hypochondria. It's a nonfiction book, which I'm very excited for her. Yes, it's very interesting. So the American cover is gorgeous. It's really lovely. You can tell what they've done. And the thing is, with the British publisher, they had this one and it looked like a textbook. And she was just like, am I the only one who's thinking this is weird? So she commented back to them saying, I'm not really a fan of this. Can we do something? And apparently, like within that month, probably other authors for this publisher were like, no. And that the person who does the covers ended up being let go, and they hired someone new, which is so crazy to think about, but it just shows how impactful like the marketing of the cover is. So she still doesn't have a British cover yet, but she has the American one, and I think it's like really lovely and simple, and you can very much clearly see that it's partially memoir, partially research. Yeah.
Interesting.
It is interesting. And I've always wondered about why, like the different, like European covers versus American covers, why they're so different.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know for a while that that was a thing until I got into BookTube, and then I realized that there are so many editions, different covers, and I never understood why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the more you look at it, you can kind of tell when you're looking at a British cover and when you're looking at an American one sometimes. And I'm like, why can I tell? Like, why do I know?
You know,
Interesting.
I know Elliot Brooks on her channel does UK versus US covers, the comparison, and it's always really interesting to see. And a lot of times the UK wins. So it's always better nice when the US cover is nicer. Yeah, I've taken time to look at where my books are published. Never seemed important, or I've never taken time to look at where my books are published. Never seemed important. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, like I do think I've gotten more into it recently because I feel like then you can find reads that no one else is talking about just because they're published by a specific publisher.
Mm.
You know, in other languages, the order that they say their words and is different than that it is in English. Like instead of the brown horse, Spanish might translate to the horse of the brown. Yes, which is why when I learned, which I do not know it now, but I learned French in school, and it always messed with me. The order of things is different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fun fact. So, because again, I teach an English class, I showed my students this study that shows like all of the world languages, and depending on like syntax order. So typically in English, we go like the most simple sentence goes subject, verb, object. Like I grab the ball. But only 42% of the world, I believe, actually does it in that order. So subject, verb, object. 45% of the world does subject, object, verb. And so it goes I, the ball, grab. And so it's just, it's very interesting. And then I think 9%, if my math is correct, something around there, does, I can't remember, is it object, subject, verb, or something like that, a different kind of order completely.
Interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know, language. Here we are.
I wonder how the genres work in other languages.
Yeah.
Good question. Mm-hmm.
Is anyone bilingual? I am not.
Nope.
Yeah, I at one point was at B2 level for Dutch, but I probably have lost a good amount of it. But yeah, so I will say that I dabble. Danni.Dabbles, speaking of, I dabble in Dutch a little bit. I've been meaning to kind of learn more of it. It's just hard because not a lot of people speak Dutch in the United States.
Yeah. I've always wanted to learn Italian because I love Italy, but I just have never taken the time to do it. And I do think it's hard whenever you don't have somebody around you that you can speak with, because although there's lots of things online that you can go in and talk to people.
Mm-hmm.
in different languages, but I just have never taken the time to do it. Oh, fellow teacher.
Mm-hmm.
Yahoo!
Anyone here also a farmer? I need one more. Oh.
We've been talking for so long. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it starts us.
We're almost there. I need one more for live stream friendship bingo. I am not a farmer, but that sounds amazing. Live stream friendship bingo.
It does sound very fun.
Depends on your definition of bilingual. Arguably me, which is very weird to think about. The yearly YA and MG publishing stats are depressing. Only 20% POC authors and less than 15% have queer main characters. I need to look at that publisher weekly. I just wasn't sure if anyone had any more insight on how genre categories worked for things like fantasy romance. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know. Did you know this, Leandra?
I didn't. I saw that comment come in, and I'm like, bro, you need to help me brush up on my Dutch. Because at the moment it is vreselijk, which is terrible. So yeah, definitely we'll have to message each other so that you can help me dust it off, because that is amazing. And that's interesting, especially because I didn't realize. So does that mean that, because I know that, like, my knowledge is that Dutch is predominantly spoken in the Netherlands and in Belgium. I lived in both of those countries for a time, so that's why I speak some Dutch. And then also Aruba, but I don't believe, Ro, that you live in Aruba. I thought you lived elsewhere in the world. So yeah, that's interesting that that's your main language. I don't know. So yeah. Anyway, we'll talk about this offline at some point. Yeah, because that's very interesting. It's very exciting.
Mm-hmm.
My hot take is genres are a marketing construct. And we are at the end of the comments, and we've been talking for a while, so I do think it's time for sprints.
Yeah, I agree.
Are you guys still okay with 45 minutes?
Yep.
That's fine by me.
Okay, we'll restart the timer. And I will see you guys back here in 45.
Alrighty.
Hello.
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 So, let's see. I'm close to page 50 of the book, which you don't have it physically. Let's see. We are, I don't know how to describe like what's going on.
Yeah, so the audiobook, I'm at 12%.
Okay.
I'm in like a weird perspective of Hoa that I
Yes.
think is the past, to my understanding. Okay.
I am also at 12% on value, so.
Oh,
Okay,
we're
are y'all in the same spot since you're buddy reading?
Yeah, we seem to be perfectly at the same spot, which is, like it's working out so far.
What are you reading today, Nola? I meant to ask you.
I am reading called The Glass Rhapsody by Sarah Chorn. It is book number 2 in, I forgot it's a duology. I forgot the name of the duology, but book number 1 is Of Honey and Wildfires. Okay. And it is, book number 1 was my first fantasy Western. And I loved it. Loved it. It's fantastic. It's very emotional. Yeah. It's very emotional. So it will make you feel, it'll make you cry.
Brave to do that on sprints.
Well, I mean, it's exactly what I need right now. And I tab everything.
Yes.
Every page has, like hidden gems of like emotional goodness and just like one-liners that just hit you right in the heart. Mm-hmm. Or will punch you in the heart. I mean, it'll slap you across the face too. So, no, it's really good. I'm enjoying it.
Fantasy Western is such an interesting like subgenre because I guess typically when you think fantasy, you think like fantasy sci-fi, like kind of futuristic. But I'll have to check that one out. It sounds really interesting.
Have you done fantasy Western before? Mm-mm. No. Yeah, I haven't either.
I think. Oh, I thought it was you that talked to me about, or maybe it's not fantasy Western, but is it Kings of the Wild?
Yeah.
Is that not fantasy Western?
Nope.
Okay.
Like, nope.
I have that on my TBR, but I guess I was just thinking that was in that subgenre.
Yeah, no, that was, I DNF'd it actually, because I wasn't in the headspace for it. And it was just, it's so much guy humor, It's the typical guy humor. It works for the story really well, but you have to be in the right like frame of mind to just like want to take that in. And yeah, I think I got a little less than 50% before I DNF'd it. But yeah, I would only have kept reading it for just one of the characters. One of the characters was the only reason because he was just hilarious. He was a hilarious character. That you just would make you smile and you just wanted to like like be in his backpack with them, like as they were like trekking along on their adventure, because he was just so funny. But other than that, there was nothing really like hooking me into the story, so I DNF'd it. But no, that's not Western at all. And actually, Of Honey and Wildfires, I didn't know going into it that it was Western. I kind of went into it blind. I just thought it was fantasy, but so I was really surprised. So yeah, I think I'm kind of hooked, at least so far. I'm kind of liking this kind of subgenre. It's really, really intriguing. I haven't seen too many fantasy Westerns. I think I only have a few on my TBR. Yeah,
I haven't seen very many either.
Yeah.
I recently read, this is completely off, but Road to Roswell, which mixes sci-fi and Western. And it's not really like, it's not set in a Western environment, but it's like they have a certain character that is really into Westerns and it gets tied into which I think is really fun.
Yeah, I still have that on my shelf. I still borrowed it. Haven't read it yet.
It's really cute. It's very light. Yeah, it's something that I think some people would I think it's going to be kind of polarizing, although most people that I've heard talk about it have liked it. Yeah. You can't take it too seriously.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I will say that fantasy Western, that combination surprised me. Immediately, I did think of sci-fi Western being a more likely pair. So that's interesting that like maybe fantasy Westerns becoming a thing. I think a lot of people are kind of looking back on Westerns. This isn't sci-fi or anything. I think it's just more of a modern mystery. But like Tana French, I was listening to an interview with her when she first came out with the book called The Searcher, and she was saying that it's set in Ireland, if I remember correctly, but it was she was very much inspired by like the lone stranger who comes into town, and like inspired all by Westerns, but setting it in Ireland. And so I've been meaning to read that because I'm like, that's very interesting. Yeah, my only like other Western related comparison is if anyone ever watched The Land Before Time, there was the lone dinosaur, and so I honestly love it. Love that idea.
Oh my gosh, blast from the past.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't thought of that series in a while.
I think about it probably too much. Like, I don't know what's wrong with me.
Okay, where were we? Oh, yes. So I'm sure I'm going to pronounce this wrong. Is it Suriname?
Suriname. That's what I was thinking as well. We might be Americanizing it.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's really cool, though, that you made that connection.
Yeah, I genuinely, I had no idea that Suriname was Dutch speaking or had a Dutch speaking population, or that South America had a, Dutch speaking part. So that's just a part of history that I think I need to look more into. So I responded to Ro thanking him for kind of being willing to kind of educate us a little bit, because that is really interesting.
Yeah.
A lot of indie books have a foothold with making diverse central characters. I don't know if that'd make it to publishing Stat Mag. I wish what was it? Is it August? Was Indie August? I think is what it was. They were having a lot of read-alongs and readathons in August for that focused on indie published books. I really need to pay more attention to that in my reading to make sure I am picking up more indie published books. BookTube with Amy was doing a lot of videos that month on that.
Oh yeah, I love her. Yeah, that's me. Hello, past self.
R.F. Kuang, upcoming book sounds so cool. Academic Rivals to Lovers, Archives in Dante's Inferno. Ooh. R.F. Kuang was Yellowface and Babel, right?
Mm-hmm.
Babel and Poppy War. Okay.
Yeah.
I've read Babel. I haven't read any other ones.
Yeah, I haven't read anything by R.F. Kuang. I know a lot of people have suggested Babel to me, but I feel like
intimidating.
It's an intimidating read, and I just don't know if I'm in like the right headspace to be like looking at footnotes and other things, because I would want to get into that. I think
the linguistic side of you would really enjoy Babel.
Yeah, me too.
Hi, y'all. Working on lecture before I let myself be done for the day.
Good luck.
Hello. Yes. You've gotten a lot done.
Mm-hmm.
Also ate a late lunch, having some hot cocoa. That sounds delicious.
Mm-hmm.
Got research done for the next book. That would be such intimidating, like any type of writing, or I commend authors that do a ton of research for their stories, because you can definitely tell whenever you're reading, like whether or not they've done their research. It definitely makes the story more well-rounded, and I commend you, because it would be very intimidating to write something, especially if you're not in it yourself, because you don't want to misrepresent something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so thank you for doing the work, because not all authors do, and sometimes we can't tell because we're not the ones doing research. So it's really nice when like we can trust the author to do it.
Coco.
Mm-hmm.
This is the King of the Wild isn't a Western, but a damn good book.
The humor, yeah.
Yeah. Oh. I have peppermint extract. Ooh, to put in your hot cocoa.
Yeah, upgrade that cocoa ASAP.
Maddie is best boy. He loves those kids despite the truth. Where's Maddie? Did I miss
Is Maddie
a
in
comment?
one of the books?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got through 3 more stories. Very nice. Any outstanding ones so far? I know we talked about a few. A good paranormal / fantasy western I read / listened to was Dead Acre, and its follow-up is called Cold as Hell. But I think it helps that one of the voices is it RDR narrated?
Is that? Never mind.
I don't know who the R is.
I don't either.
I like immediately. I was like Robert Downey R. Never mind. I was like, I don't know who RDR is. Never mind.
Rachel, what is RDR? Who's RDR?
Yeah, no, I feel like I should know.
The paranormal western fantasy western. That sounds intriguing.
Dead Acre. I'm gonna look that up now.
Did not get to read. Had some adulting to do. Yeah, sometimes that just has to get done.
For sure.
I do get caught up in research because I'm a little bit of a historical / cultural studies nerd. That's fun though, and tend to base my fantasies off my favorite places / eras in history with a twist. I love that. It's always also easier to research something that you love. If it's something that you don't really enjoy, it can be a burden. Sarah Gailey's River of Teeth duology is a rip-roaring alternate history of American West where hippos run rampant and a diverse cast of outlaws, demolitionists, con women, and crooks. This sounds fantastic.
Hippos run rampant?
And it says they try to reclaim Mississippi.
What?
That's so good. River of Teeth. I mean, are we surprised? Ro always has like the most obscure, cool suggestions.
I love obscure. By Sarah Gailey. Sarah Gailey.
And Sarah Gailey is the one I recently read. Was it Just Like Home? The one with the pink cover and like the bloody house. Isn't that Sarah Gailey?
I know exactly the cover in the book you're talking about. I don't know if that's Sarah Gailey, but that just means I don't know.
Just Like Home?
I think it's called Just Like Home.
That's it. It's her.
Okay. What?
River of Teeth. Interesting.
Oh my gosh! Even the cover has the. If I'm looking,
I'm looking at it now. Hippopotami.
That's so cool.
All right, we have to. Oh no! Wait a minute. I'm reading the premise of it, and it says, in the early 20th century, the U.S. government concocted a plan to import hippopotamuses into marshlands of Louisiana to be bred and slaughtered as an alternative meat source. This is true.
Wow.
No. So, okay. Well, that's that storyline about being, to be bred and slaughtered for meat.
Interesting.
Yeah, I wonder if it's a bit of a Cli-fi novel, right? Like climate fiction.
Climate fiction.
Yeah.
Cli-fi. I haven't read a lot of those.
Yeah. That is my bread and butter. I love cli-fi, but they're usually kind of depressing because for obvious reasons. But yeah, they're really great. I think there is obviously especially prevalent nowadays. A lot of people are coming out with them, but there is a long history of it.
What's your favorite one?
Oh, we already discussed it on this stream. It's called Appleseed by Matt Bell. But another great one it's not within reach, but Alexandra Kleeman. She came out with Something New Under the Sun. And that one is great. Yeah, that one's a great sci-fi novel as well.
Have you read, I'm sure I'm going to get the name wrong. Is it Book of Coley?
That is it, Book of Coley. I haven't read it.
I've seen the cover a lot of places. I'm pretty sure it's a cli-fi. Let me make sure I'm not misquoting.
The The kitty has spoken.
Yes.
Who is it by?
M.R. Carey. Beyond the walls of a small village lies an unrecognizable world, a world where overgrown forests are filled with choker trees and deadly vines and seeds that will kill you where you stand. And if they don't get you, one of the dangerous shunned men will.
Ooh.
I've heard really good things about it. I haven't read it myself, but...
Oh my goodness. I'm 100% into it. You know what I haven't actually read a Cli-Fi novel in a while. I have a few on my shelf, like The Water Knife. That one's another Cli-Fi. That's also it might be a bit mystery, Western, hard-boiled kind of elements. And I'm hoping to get to that this month. So yeah, like that one also looks quite good. But this one, well, adding it to the Goodreads.
Mm-hmm.
Are we surprised that it's not a good stream if you aren't getting book recommendations or book, ideas?
Yeah, I just added it too.
Ooh.
Rachel says main series based off of the Silk Road, last one based off, is that Sino Asia during, I'm not even going to try and pronounce.
Yeah, like the Shogun,
Goryeo
and Han periods. Okay. Like I've heard of the Shogun Empire, so I've heard of that era, but I'm also not much of I'm not a historian by trade. And hidden history is so long and wide. Even if you are knowledgeable, it's usually like a nugget of a place. So cool.
I just read. I'm reading under the Book of Coley, and I just read something. I have to share it.
Okay.
It says, "Why would anyone hug a tree? You would most likely die." And then it says, "No, you certainly don't hug trees in Coley's world unless you were acutely suicidal. Trees become bloodthirsty predators."
Honestly, though, that has sold me even more. Like I'm totally like into it. Like I'm one of those people where I'm like, yeah, I want the flora of the world to fight back. That there's a movie, what was it, The Happening or something with was it either Matt Damon or Mark Wahlberg. I always mix them up, but it was like that horror movie where the plants started kind of like sending off a pheromone to kill humans. It came out a while ago at this point, but I'm like, I am team plants. I'm like, yes.
Every time I think about plants eating each other or eating people, I think of Little Shop of Horrors.
Oh yes. Yeah, I'm for it.
RDR was Red Dead Redemption is what it was.
Red Dead Redemption.
Oh.
Sorry, I got excited.
Oh no.
No worries.
Okay.
One of them was Yellow Wallpaper. I want to read this. It was my 5th time through. That one's one of my favorites.
Oh, lovely.
If this is the same thing I'm thinking of, I don't know if the author is the correct thing, but this was about, I can't remember when it was set, but essentially when women could potentially be institutionalized for hysteria, for like just being a woman.
Yeah.
And I think this is like I don't know if it's like a mental decline, but of a woman in a yellow room and like their thoughts while that is being done to them. But yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The first, what was I reading? This was years ago. I read The Rose Code, the historical fiction by Kate Quinn. And in that it touched, and at the very end, like in the author's note too, it touched upon women being put in mental asylums just because anyone could make you, as a woman, especially particularly men, a man could make you say anything they wanted to make you seem like you were crazy and you'd become institutionalized immediately. Like, so it touched upon that. And that's where I really learned about it.
Well, it happened a lot too with like inheritance. Like if women would get married to a man and the woman's family ended up having a lot of money, the man could institutionalize her and essentially just take over the finances at that point in time. Have you guys heard of the Mad Woman's Ball?
Mm-mm.
No.
That was one recommended by Kirsten. I haven't read it yet, but the cover of it looks fantastic. But it's about a whole bunch of women who are institutionalized as well, and it's like their relationships with one another and the circumstances that surround them.
The Mad Woman's Ball.
Yeah, interesting. There's another nonfiction book. The only reason why I know about these things too is because like I recently was looking into those and I did a video on it. But it's called Committed on what is it called? On Meaning and Mad Women or something like that. And it's about like this one woman's experience when she was placed in an institution for a little while when she was going through something. And she also goes through all of the history of famous women, of other women, of the history of women being committed, of like, of the stereotypical mad woman. And so I think I'm going to want to pick that up at some point because it sounds, like very interesting. It's by Suzanne Scanlon, I think is her name. If anyone in the comments is also interested.
The one I want to write next, I'm looking for how to weave the Mongol Empire and the invasion of Japan and place it in a Fae-like fantasy. That sounds fantastic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, best of luck.
I'm wanting to do Caribbean influenced book and Madagascar after that. You have a list.
Yeah, I love it. You're like, I'm going to touch every part of the world.
I don't know what book this is, but I'm glad that we reminded you.
Yay!
The Mad Woman's Ball says apparently it's soon to be a major film with Amazon Studios.
Nuh-uh.
It says it at the top.
It's been on my TBR for so long, and I just haven't picked it up. I might have to do that soon then.
But it says it was published in 2019. So I don't know if it's already on Amazon. I have no idea, but that's just what it says.
Well, I'll have to look that up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does say now a major film even on the cover on Goodreads.
Oh, it is. Okay, so it says now. Okay,
Yeah.
then it is.
Huh.
We will have to look into it.
That book sounds pretty good. Are y'all gonna have any more sprints? Yep. I know I am at least here until 3. I don't know about you guys.
Woohoo! 3 Central Time, right?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah. No, it's good. I live in a different part of the world. Well, slightly sideways part of the world, right? Not too far away. So it's almost 3 for me. So I knew what you meant.
Yeah, me too.
The problem is there are too many books. Yes. It's a good problem to have, though.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those problems, I guess, that we don't want to go away. We don't want that problem to go away.
Yeah, no.
I hug trees.
Be careful out there, Rachel. One day.
They might turn on you.
Trees.
Blackfish City.
Yeah,
or have you heard of that, Leandra?
So you know what, I hadn't. And what's interesting, so it looks like it might be one of those under the radar books that probably should be appreciated more because it only has like 8,000 ratings on Goodreads. But I immediately added it to my want to reads list because I don't even have to question Rose recommendations. I will just boom. Okay, done. But it does look really interesting because it says after the climate wars. Oh, interesting. A floating city is constructed in the Arctic Circle, a remarkable feat of mechanical and social engineering, complete with geothermal heating and sustainable energy. The city's denizens have become accustomed to a roughshod new way of living. However, the city is starting to fray along the edges. Crime and corruption have set in. The contradictions of incredible wealth alongside direst poverty are spawning unrest, and a new disease called the breaks is ravaging the population. So, it looks like it's like after they've kind of rebuilt society the best they can, and then it starts to also continue to deteriorate. And I like the idea of it being a very cold setting, as that's what I'm imagining, the idea of like the Arctic Circle. So yeah, that sounds perfect as we enter winter. If you're someone who likes to be in winter and then read wintry books.
curiosity. We're always here to throw some books at you guys.
Yeah. Be careful. The curiosity apparently killed the cat. So don't go off hugging too many trees now.
I'm not allowed to put more books on my TBR. I'm not allowed to put more books on my TBR. I already have way too many. I understand.
Counting it to yourself.
It's okay to have too many. It's totally fine. Topsy-turvy.
We both know we're not going to follow that plan.
Yeah.
And we've made it to the end of the comments.
Woohoo!
Sprint.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Man, we sped through this compared to other chats. So
We did.
not us.
We good with another 45 minutes?
That works for me.
Ma'am. Yep.
Sounds good. I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
I am at 20% now.
Okay, I'm at 19, so right around there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I am enjoying myself, but I do find, well, and I think we talked about this in the second book, Nasoon's character wigs out my brain.
I know. She like confuses me, and I think it's just because she's one of those characters whose like moral compass and understanding is like so messed up from the events that have happened. So we understand why she is the way she is, but our brains just don't match up.
But yeah, so
Our brains don't match up.
Yeah, that's all I can think. I was like, I don't understand her brain.
no.
If I looked at it, I'd be like, what is this? This is a different language, a different species.
Yeah.
This is, y'all are on book 3, right? In Broken Earth. This is book 3.
Yeah. Have you
Can
read
you
it before?
I haven't. I was actually going to wait and see what your opinion was because I knew y'all were buddy reading it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so far we've really liked it. Like the first 2 books. I mean, obviously, there's a reason why we've continued. There's a reason why we're on book 3. But yeah, I'm just interested because everything's so complicated that you're always really interested to see how an author finds a way to like put everything together satisfyingly and answer all of the various things. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this goes.
Can you explain the character, like her brain? It's her brain, right?
Yeah. You go ahead and try, Danny, and then I'll supplement.
I'm very curious, like what her brain is like that you're not meshing.
So as far as like the first book goes, you're following 3 main POVs, and we are in a world where there are like apocalyptic things going on. There are magical beings in the world that can control like the tectonic plates in the Earth's surface.
Yeah.
And those people are kind of ostracized from society. And so some of the characters really have to deal with a lot of tragedy and people not being very nice to them, but also still wanting something from them and using them to a certain extent. And so there's a lot of highlighting in the series about like abusive relationships, and not like abusive physically, I guess, more emotionally, and even sometimes verbally abusive relationships, and in the development of that. And so I think that's where the character that we're talking about, she's gone through a ton of tragedy. And so due to that, and also her, I don't want to give too much away.
This is the main character, right, that you're talking about?
Yeah, it's one of the main characters in this 3rd book, and she's also a very young character. I think we can say, and so yeah, like I think she's not even in her teens yet. And so a lot of the trauma and things that have happened, like the relationship she's learned to, like, I don't know, understand herself and others by, has just been, yeah, devastating. Like she has learned to consider herself a monster and like view her self-worth. And while she's slightly trying to fix that and find, I don't know, like there's basically this crazy maniac, we'll call him, that she has like attached herself to. And I guess like we can say arguably it's the best relationship she's ever had with someone who's taking care of her, like kind of like a father figure. But it's so messed up because he's so messed up that like she's viewed his love and his like her understanding of the world in such a really obscure way, but it's because it's the best thing she's had, I guess.
That she's ever had, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's I think what's messing with me is the fact that she's a child and she's like been forced to grow up in such a way, but because she's grown up so quickly, she's jumped certain moral like learnings that she doesn't, she hasn't learned that, but she's speaking and thinking like an adult. Kind of accepted certain like horrific things that have to happen, and it's just, yeah, it's really crazy. No, let us know if any of that makes sense.
It does, but morally speaking, you said she's explained the moral part. Like she has the mind of an adult because of what she's been through, but you're saying she's not, she doesn't have morals, or it's like morally gray.
Yeah, kind of morally gray. She views death and like the bad decisions some characters in this book are making, even some that she's made herself, as acceptable.
Yeah.
And there was like a massive, like, I'm a child and I have a child's brain, to like, these things are happening and I'm just okay with them type of a change in her character from the beginning of the story to now. And
Does it make sense? Like, was it super quick, like jump? Or was it well paced in what was happening?
I think her changes, I think, are probably the least well paced out of all of the characters. That's just my opinion. But like, I think some of the other characters, I think, are a little bit more hashed out because we've spent more time with them. So maybe that's why her character kind of wigs me out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, she like, it's weird because it's someone that we're supposed to be like, we're rooting for, and I am like, I'm hoping that everything works out, but I also am like, oh no, she's gonna do some things. Like if she survives and does what she needs to do, some terrible things are gonna happen. And so it's this, and the thing is it's the people around her that are influencing her to think that it's the right thing to do. I think that's what's messing with us, is that we know she's being manipulated to an extent, by different characters.
Yeah.
And so like, she's like, okay, we need to do this. And I'm like, I don't think you should do this. I think this is actually going to be really bad, but we're rooting for her. And we know that it's because of what she's been taught to do.
Yeah.
But I agree that I think the pacing feels like it's really quick, but it's because we've been off in other people's heads for so much longer. And then we kind of return to her and we're like, oh, okay. Like learning about her feels like we haven't been there for certain events, I guess.
And because of the fact that she's a child and a lot of the characters around her are adults, that part of her, she is still very childlike in believing those around her are doing what's best. And so she has that manipulation going on. And then like there's, I don't know, the things that she's okay with and how she handles certain tragedy, where you would think like, if that happened to me, I would be devastated and I would be, not functioning and not able to speak or like do normal things. And she's just like, yeah, that happened.
Yeah, like her relationship with mortality in general and her own mortality is like really weird. Like the way she thinks about her own life and like it's the potential of it ending at any point is like unnerving because she's like a child.
How
So
old is she?
I want to say she might be like 13 at this point because we've passed a few years. But
I think she was 11 when we started.
Like 11. Yeah. So did we have a few little like blinks of video?
I think so.
That's what I had for a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I think she was 11 when the events of the book start.
There was a quote at the very beginning of the book. So this is how book 3 started.
Yeah.
Those who survived breathe. That's it. Once more. Good. You're good. Even if you're not, you're alive. That's a victory. So that kind of like sums up like the relationship with life.
Yes.
Yeah. Like she leans more on like survival instincts, almost understanding the idea of some people do terrible things to survive, and like the human. Like I feel like she's like the one who's received the least amount of humanity, like especially with those who she's influenced by. Like I don't think any of them are very human in the sense that we understand it, like emotional and social understandings. And yeah, you can see that she's like the product of that. So
man,
yeah, that's a good time. It's positive, a very happy-go-lucky story, as you can tell. Yep.
I'm feeling it. Yeah.
Hallmark special. Coming to you this Christmas. It'll be great.
How did you do with your book, Nala?
Actually, I took a break. I was listening. I'm going in between this one and an audio. The audio that I just finished the ABC Murders.
Oh.
Did you read that one?
By Agatha Christie?
Yeah.
Yeah, what'd you think of it?
I love Poirot.
Yeah. Oh, it makes me feel sick. I'm always nervous because I'm a big Agatha Christie fan, and so I get
Yeah.
really nervous. But Danny also has recently tried Poirot, so this is great.
I love Poirot. He's charming to me.
Mhm.
I like him. I like him a lot. I love I just love his accent. Just listening to him
Yeah.
talk. I love it. Yeah, the ABC Murders. I mean, it's hard for me to follow on audio, like mysteries.
Mhm.
It just goes by. Like in the beginning, I was keeping up the pace and like all the characters, but then I just kind of lose it. I don't know
Mhm.
why, but every time I listen to a mystery, like I feel like I need to read it for me to keep everything in my head. So yeah, I
Mhm.
kind of lost track of near the end. I lost track, but it was good. Um, I think there's only been maybe I haven't listened to a ton of Agatha Christie through audiobook, but um, there's only been a couple where I've gotten the culprit.
Mhm.
My very first one that I ever um, experienced by Agatha Christie was Murder on the Orient Express. That was my very first one, and I got it right.
Mhm.
I
Oh
got I
my
guess
gosh! Congratulations. That was a
yeah,
tough one too.
wasn't for me. I was a kid, and I was like, this has got to be what it is, and it
Yeah.
was. Um, yeah, I love Poirot. Miss Marple just
Mhm.
doesn't really do it for me like Poirot does.
Yeah, I haven't. So I'll say that I've only ever listened to one Agatha Christie. Any other I've physically read.
You read it, yeah.
And the one I listened to was the Boomerang Club or the Boomerang Clue, which is also what happened or why didn't they ask Evans? So that one isn't a Poirot or a Marple. It's like a one-off with these like two
Mm-hmm.
young sleuths.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was interesting because I didn't know. I was like, I don't know if I'm gonna like listening to Agatha Christie as opposed to like reading it.
Yeah.
But I think that yeah, it's easier to follow. And I think Miss Marple, the thing I have an issue with, we're gonna get into it right now. With
Let's do
Agatha Christie or Golden Age detective fiction, I think I have a problem with audiobooks, the industry choosing no matter how old the main characters are, they always choose an older narrator, which is fine if our main sleuth or main protagonist is older. But
Yeah.
even with like the younger sleuths, they tend to choose an older one because I think they're assuming that people listening are going to be older, like of a certain age. And it's like they're giving voice to like a 30-year-old to someone who might be in their 50s or 60s reading it aloud. And I'm like, it's very frustrating to me. So yeah, I think that's the biggest issue I have with like listening to Golden Age detective fiction compared to reading it. So
Yeah,
I
there's
think
like a
that's why I understand with Miss Marple, depending on because a lot of times Miss Marple isn't even the main character who's like we're watching someone else, and so it's
Right.
like why are we having this older woman reading it when it's the vicar who's the main character and he's going I don't know just stuff like that.
Yeah.
So
I get it. I see it. Yeah. I
Mhm.
understand that. Maybe that's the problem, and I just wasn't picking up on that.
Yeah, it's something I've noticed. I think you could try Miss Marple physically reading it. I'm also biased because I did my master's thesis on Miss Marple, so
What? You
yeah,
did?
so I think that there's more to her than people realize. She's like the spinster sleuth, a woman who never got married, never had children, and she's
Yeah.
like creating her own agency in the world.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't think audio probably doesn't do her justice.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. I'll physically pick one up and give it a whirl.
yeah, maybe one day.
But yeah, I just finished that one, and then I jumped into on audio On the Cliffs of Foxglove Manor by Jamie Jo Wright.
Ooh. Oh.
Yep, it's my first Jamie Jo Wright book.
Mhm.
I'm buddy reading it with a friend of mine, and she loves Jamie Jo Wright, and she told me that her writing has gotten better. Like this is an older one, but her writing has progressed and gotten better because I was like this, it's more of a slow story. There's nothing like really exciting or intriguing yet. Like it takes a while to kind of get into, and it's kind of a build up, and it's just like kind of slowly getting into it. It's, I'm not even going to say it's atmospheric because I'm a sucker for atmosphere. I love atmosphere. Um, it has atmosphere, but it's like slow progression. with atmosphere in it so far. Like a backstory. It's a timeline story. You're going in between timelines.
I like a dual timeline. I know a lot of people don't like, but I do like a dual timeline.
Yeah, it's a dual timeline.
Okay, where were we? We just talked about Blackfish City. Cheering on, being curious. I have about 2 more hours of this lecture. Is that a lecture that you're listening to, or one that you're? I think that was we were working on like professional development, right? And yeah, I think that's what Maggie was working on. 2 more hours, you can get through it. I wonder if you could listen at double time speed.
I know, right? Like an audiobook.
Yes. A People's Future of the United States, speculative fiction from 25 extraordinary writers is an anthology I wanted to read. It's dystopian, cli-fi, and utopian short stories.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
He says diverse and underrepresented writers.
We love to see it.
I struggle with short story collections. I know we've already talked about that.
I know. Well, I think it's just there's a different type of like you have to almost like recalibrate your level of satisfaction and understand like you got to have different expectations, which can be very hard. No, I get it.
Beth finished her book. Yay! Congrats. Nimona vibes.
I'm wondering if it was because of when we were talking about this character, Nasun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Although I don't know, I'll say I don't know who Nimona is, but I was wondering if this is in relation to the moral compass thing.
And then stepped away for a moment. Need more bacon. Always need more bacon. Team Perot, yes.
Love him.
The Agatha Christie I just recently read was The Mysterious Affair at Styles.
Yeah.
That was the very first Agatha Christie I've ever read, and I really enjoyed it. I really do like Perot. So I am not counting the Perot series in my
starting a series, whatever.
Yes, because there's like 40 books. I'm like, nope, I'm not counting that. That one's not going to count against me.
Yeah. Plus, because you don't have to read them in order, like if you're a completist and you kind of want to, you certainly can. But like you don't have to. That's why even for Get a Clue, I put an Agatha Christie that's a Poirot. It's called Sad Cypress on there, and it's like technically number 22. And some people have been like, "Oh, is that a series?" Like, blah, blah. And I'm like, "It is, but can we count it as a series?" Because
I would say no.
Yeah. So I'm like, it's a series, like a serial detective, but it's not serial plot as like an overarching thing or anything like that. So
yeah. Still did not read, but about to go ship the blanket out. Finished it a bit ago, but the logistics got complicated. Oh no, Christina. How complicated did it get? Like making the blanket got complicated or shipping the blanket got complicated?
Yeah. Well, hope it works out and everything ends up being fine.
I prefer to read physical copies of Agatha Christie books. Yeah.
Yeah, me too, Camilla.
I didn't try to listen to The Mysterious Affair at Styles, but I definitely could see with what was the book I read recently that I was listening to on audio and I got confused. Patricia Wants to Cuddle, which is like a horror book, but there were so many characters in it that you had to kind of pay attention to that I kept having to like go back and reread chapters with the character in mind because the character names were part of the titles, but they didn't read that as part of the audiobook. And so we would switch contexts. And if I didn't know who it was, so I could see like that being a problem in a mystery book too. If there's so many characters, if you're not keeping them straight.
Yeah. Like all of their relationships to each other. Cause like the idea is that there's meant to be all these suspects and you're like sifting through them. And yeah. And also there's like sometimes, a lot of times Agatha Christie likes to, if it's like a country house mystery, she likes to provide maps, which is just kind of like a fun, cozy thing to look at. So like it's not in all books, but sometimes it is. Like I'm pretty sure The Mysterious Affair.
Here it is.
Yeah.
So this is not the Agatha Christie.
I was gonna say, I was like, that's not, but
that we're reading.
Oh.
Exactly. And so it's the same idea.
Map. Like I love a book with a map.
Yeah, I'm a map. Pro map. Yeah. So that's why, like, even mysteries, a lot of times Golden Age ones will have maps so that you can kind of see where players were at one time, almost like your own version of a clue board. So yeah.
Even the murder wheel that we recently read, it didn't have, well, I think it had a map at the beginning maybe, but then throughout the book as well, when he would explain certain things, he would have like
It
pictures.
would like bring it back,
Yeah.
like the stage and everything. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
Listening. Serial detective.
Yeah.
And Sam just follows his nose. I hope the new Perot movies get a new at least 4 or 5 in total.
Yeah, I was going to ask, have any of y'all seen the Poirot movies?
So I haven't seen Halloween Party, but I've seen the other two.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I Haunting in Venice. It was based on Halloween Party.
Yeah, The Haunting in Venice. Yeah, I want to read Halloween Party first because I still haven't read it.
I have not heard good things about that. I read some really
about the book or
about the book.
Oh yeah. So like I have heard that that's not like one of her favorites. Probably why I haven't really read it. But I've heard a lot of people who, after like having read the book, are really down on A Haunting in Venice. They really didn't like it, which I'm like, if you just have fun with it, like I feel like we've got to expect that the Kenneth Branagh like versions, they're inspired by it, but Death on the Nile was also not like Death on the Nile, the book, at all. Like we're kind of various important setting things. So it's like, just accept that you're not reading the book when you watch the movie. Like, they're different things.
Yeah. I did not like the beginning of Death on the Nile in the movie. I was rolling my eyes. I'm like, can we just get to the good stuff? And the second half was the good stuff. The first part, it was like infuriating.
Because they also like created weird. They're creating a new backstory for Poirot that's not what it's not what it in the books. That's not his backstory. So it really annoys the crap out of me when they do that.
Oh my god! It was the first part was just not good in my opinion. It was so bad, and then it got good when he started investigating. When we got into his his mind. Murder on the Orient Express. I think they captured the atmosphere in that movie very well.
Yeah, I like that one. I thought it was a bit action-packed and fun. Yeah, I was totally good with that one.
I thought so too.
I haven't watched any of them because I don't like to watch adaptations before I've read the book, because if I do, I won't read the book.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And I recommend, that you wait and read, especially like read Orient Express, then watch and do that. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, and I don't know, I have a bit of a personal view of Poirot. My interpretation of him is that he's unintentionally a prototypical ace character. So the idea of like giving him this like romantic backstory and Death on the Nile and this like lost love and everything, and I'm just like, no, like he's like a typical detective from Golden Age where all they care about is the job. They don't care about romantic entanglings or anything like that. So it's just like,
in that ruin, that's why she was a lost love, apparently. His need for, him being a detective, how his mind worked was the cause of that, of losing it. That was kind of what they were going for there.
Which is so annoying because it's like he legit was already, I don't know, like I think that and I've got a bigger bone to pick with Death on the Nile. A different thing happened that didn't happen in the book that I was devastated. A certain death that wasn't supposed to happen in the movie, and I was actually really mad about it because I wasn't expecting it. So yeah, which we won't say more for Danni.
Spoilers, yeah. Yes.
Camilla was not a fan of Halloween Party.
Yeah, so when I go into it, I'll be low expectations for sure.
And then, yes, more rage. And we have reached the end of the comments.
Woohoo!
So I am going to do one more sprint. And I know I told you guys 3 p.m. Central, so I don't know if you want to hang around for one more sprint or if you guys need to go. But I'll do one last sprint. Do 45 minutes again.
That works for me.
Yeah, I'm good to stay.
Sounds good. So See you guys in 45 minutes. Hello.
Hello.
So I am at 27%.
Ooh. Let me see, where am I? Well, I'm at 25. Okay.
So
What speed do y'all listen to?
currently we're listening at 1.25, I think.
Yeah. Just to kind of get the lay of the land.
Yeah. Typically, it honestly depends on the type of book for me. I can listen anywhere from 1.25 to 2 is just depending on the book. The Rise of the Empire right now, I'm listening to it 2 times speed, but I'm also like 80% into it, so I'm comfortable with the names and things like that pop up. But what do you think of the language in this, Leandra? Like the language between the Stone Eaters?
Yeah. It's been interesting because I'm seeing a lot of similar themes as far as like information and being secretive and trying to withhold information for knowledge, and like the Stone Eaters, the way that they speak to each other, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I find it very interesting. I think it adds an interesting texture to the dynamic because it wasn't something I expected. It's the first time we've seen it. I don't think we've seen it in any other book. So yeah, Nala, you are in for a trip once you start this.
Stone Eaters.
Yes, the Stone Eaters. Yeah,
I think they've got to be my favorite. Like, I don't know, do you call them a race?
Yeah, I think we can call them a race for this kind of instance. Especially because, like, unsurprisingly, this entire series has been motorcycles outside. So unsurprisingly, I feel like there's been a lot of discussions about ownership of other types of people and how you can utilize them, like take advantage of their abilities, take advantage of maybe their lack of knowledge in various ways, like all as a form of control of like taking advantage of others. And so I feel like with the Stone Eaters, we're seeing that as well, this idea of their race being taken controlled of, like being controlled of thinking that they don't know as much and thinking that like they can be manipulated. So we're seeing that with like the Origins, which is another race, and how like we understand why like Hoa understands certain elements of like what others have gone through, because like we're seeing a pattern anyway. So it's
I really like that about N.K. Jemison's writing, and I've only read this series. Sorry.
Hello, Andy. Welcome back.
Little lion.
But yeah, like the themes that she's put in throughout all 3 books, I guess I didn't expect there to be so much more world building in this book because we've already read the first 2. I kind of expected to already understand everything that's going on, and we're definitely seeing some things here that we didn't originally know, which I like. But yeah, she's added in themes of like the first book, it was all about, it was very much political and like you're right, knowledge and how knowledge can be manipulated depending on what you decide to share with someone and how that can be used to your benefit. And that's coming back up. I find it intriguing.
Yeah. It's just we're only like a quarter of the way through, but I feel like so much has already happened. Like it's like we've got so much more to get through.
What's the page count on it?
This one, 413.
Yeah, because it's like a nearly, like a 14-hour audiobook, I think it said. Yeah, 14 hours approximately if you were listening on 1-time speed.
Okay, so they're not chunkers. For some reason, I thought they were chunkers, but
yeah, they're like a mid-range chunkers, I guess. Like they're like they're bigger than I think like a nice kind of quick read, but yeah, they're not like, none of them have been over like 500 pages, for instance. Yeah, they're all around the same 400-ish page mark, I think.
Okay, that's doable. Usually anything above 500 pages is intimidating to me. The last, and I don't remember the page count, but The Name of the Wind, I think, was like the last bigger story that I read that was above that.
Yeah, I think what makes these seem, because even when you're reading them, they do seem heftier than they are, is just because of the complexity of everything that we're talking about. Like, it takes me, if I was just reading this physically, it would take me so much longer to read this as opposed to another book because there's so much to sift through.
Yeah, so the first book I had physically, and I read that on its own. And then the second book, I immersive read it. I had it on ebook and the audiobook. And now this final one, I'm only on audiobook. So it's been very weird because every single book experience as far as formatting has been very different. Yeah, I definitely, I don't think I would have felt comfortable just doing audiobook myself for the first book, also by myself. Like I'm glad that I was physically reading it and I had a friend to talk to about it, just to kind of get my bearings of the world and like the language, because there's a lot of language that's thrown in that they just kind of like expect you to kind of get to know as they introduce it.
There were definitely some things in the first, because I listened to the first book on audio and then I bought the entire series after I read the first book. And there were definitely times that when we were talking, I'd be like, what happened? And I would have to go back and re-listen to a section. I remember specifically it was when we were discussing the color burgundy. So there is a scene in the first book where they talk about that color. And you had mentioned it whenever you were talking to me about it. And I was like, I don't remember that.
Yeah, like, what is it?
Go back and re-listen.
Yeah.
How about you? How did you do all that?
I did okay. I'm getting there.
Did you return to your other book, or are you continuing with your audiobook?
I'm flipping back and forth. I'm returning to the physical one. I always read slower. Physical, because with audio, I can just do other things and just listen. And depending on the narrator, it depends on how fast I listen to an audiobook. Like I feel like the ones with accents, sometimes with accents they speak it's really fast anyway. And sometimes it's slow. So it just depends. It depends. I can listen. Depends on how the narration goes.
I really liked the narrator for the Broken Earth trilogy. It's been the same for all 3 books, I believe. I could be wrong.
To my knowledge. These 2, obviously I didn't listen to the first one, but this one's the same as the second one, at least.
It sounds like the same person. You just never know with people who can do audio narration because they can make their voices sound a certain way. So, but yeah, I've definitely found that I think I prefer to listen to something on audio while we're live on sprints, because when I'm reading physically, a timer makes me nervous and I don't concentrate as much on a physical book as I do if I'm just listening to it on audio.
Yeah. That's a good point. I'm actually the same way, especially like sometimes when I'm doing my sprints, like on my own channel, I'll keep my camera up and I'm like aware that people are watching me, and I'm in my mind, I'm like, they're seeing how many times, like how often I flip a page and how slow of a reader I am, and like nobody cares. Everyone's off doing their own thing. But it's just I think physically reading while on camera with a timer is just, it's a lot.
Yeah. Okay, let's see how the people in the comments did. We have, sorry, I got to find my place now. Here we are. Thank you, Christina. I'm sure you're probably gone now, but thank you for joining. Thanks, Ro, for joining and for the recommendations. We got lots of recommendations.
Yes.
Finished the Deadlier Than the Male. So this was the horror compilation. Yay. I'm glad that you're only disappointed by 1. That's intriguing. I'm definitely going to have to look that up. Listen to 30% of The Marvelous Light. I hope you're enjoying it. Sorry, I'm having to read over Andy. I made it to 179 pages. Good job, Camilla. Cool that Jemison won 3 Hugo Awards. in a row. I didn't know it was in a row. I guess it was for all three. I know that this is definitely a Hugo Award and a Nebula Award.
Mm-hmm.
No one else had done it before and has done it since. That's awesome. Well deserved. If you want a pure female rage, read Iron Window. Oh, Iron Widow. I've seen this cover. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's one I want to try at some point.
Yeah. I think is it YA?
That's what I thought, but I'm not confident, but that was what I immediately thought, is that it's like, or what is it labeled as YA?
Yeah. Her New City books would be a trilogy, but real life social issues become too much, and it was draining to write book 3, and it was condensed to a duology. Yeah, I've seen those. I've heard so many mixed reviews on those, because the New City books are the ones that I think the original, I don't know if it's all the same in the same city, but like the first city is about New York City, and the characters in the book are representing the different like subsections of New York City, so like the Bronx and Queens and things like that, and they all have different personalities. That's all I know about it. I've heard that. I've heard people love it and I've heard people hate it. But yeah, that's too bad that it was draining to write, and so the third book didn't get written.
Yeah. And to be honest, I've heard that about like the Broken Earth trilogy as well, though. Some people who just like, they find it really hard to get through book 1 because of how complex it is, and it's very dense at times, and you're kind of trying to understand the world. And so like I feel like Jemison's writing might just be a certain kind of thing that people either having experienced it before are willing to keep going, or so
that's good to know.
Yeah.
Oh, did not like Iron Widow.
It's always interesting to hear when people think differently.
I know.
You know what, though? If I've said this before, if everyone loves a certain book, that makes me more suspicious. Having a spectrum of readers just makes more sense.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's always a bell curve. Should be.
Yeah.
Well, and I feel like sometimes, too, when a book is so hyped, I get really nervous, like, to talk about the fact that I didn't like a book that everyone loved. And so I do think that probably fits into some of that as well. Like, when a book is so hyped, maybe people who don't like it just don't talk about it.
You get nervous.
Yeah.
I don't get nervous.
And I was like, bring it on.
I do not care. I will say what I think. I just don't care. My last, because I guess I don't really read hyped books now that I think about it. It has to really grip me. Like, the premise has to grab me. And if it's hyped, then I'll be like, all right, let's see what this is about to get my opinion.
Yeah.
The last one I hyped was Fourth Wing, and I ranted about that one. Everyone loved that from what I remember, and I was like,
not for you.
Nope.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple of books that I've been nervous to talk about. That doesn't prevent me from talking about them, but I feel like I'm calmer when I talk about those. Like, it depends. There have been a couple of books, like The Starless Sea, I ranted about. Recently, it was Wild Spaces, I ranted about in a vlog. So, like, there have been a couple that have made me so mad that I'm like, nope, don't care. You guys are just getting full-blown me.
Yeah.
But
rant about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you almost feel like you have to like be this very like rational clinical person when you're providing your reasons for not liking a book, so that they can't be like, oh, like this person, blah blah blah. Yeah, and yeah, especially because depending on the book, people get really reactive, and it's almost as if I understand that in their minds, it almost, whether they know it or not, it feels as though you're attacking them, like the type of person they are for liking it. And it's like, it's not about you. It's, it's about the content or the author or whatever the case is. So yeah. I don't know.
I think Iron Widow was written as an adult, but published as YA. All American publishers rejected them, but a smaller Canadian publisher bought it. Interesting.
That is. Speaking of publishing, which we had talked about earlier, so publishing history, that's interesting.
Yeah. I wonder, so if it was written as an adult and published as YA, did they go back through and take certain things out?
Probably not.
Yeah, they probably maybe just even like lowered the age, or depending on what the person's age was already. I've heard authors do that before, where they've pitched it as a certain thing, and then the publisher will say, "Actually, I think you need to write this a little bit younger, write a little bit older." And so they literally just like, instead of it being like a 14-year-old protagonist, they change it to a 12-year-old or something else like that. And it's like, oh, okay. Hello, Andy.
Hi.
When you saying the 12-year-old makes me remember when we were reading Murder Wheel together, and I thought the detective was 12 years old because I read, or no, it was 13 years old because I read the word 30 or 30th as 13th in my head.
Oh.
And I had solidified it, and I sent Leandra so many voice messages that were like, man, this kid is like, I have to keep reminding myself that he's 13.
Yeah, like his child's walking about as a lawyer, like defending people. I'm like, what is she talking about?
13
It's so funny.
Oh, that's good. How long did it take you to figure it out?
I think I was a good 20% into the book.
Yeah, especially because with our sections, you'd already read yours first, and then I think it was I responded saying, "I'm just gonna let you know, I'm pretty sure he's like 30, but they think that because I think they said it was before his 30th birthday, and yeah, you thought it was 13, so you're like, oh, he's 12, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure he's 29, and they just are saying he's young for like a 20 something." Because people kept referencing how young he was and calling him a boy.
Yeah.
So I was like, as I'm reading this, I'm like, I understand why Danni like is thinking this. Kind of.
Well, then he was into magic too, and so like it perfectly fit in my head. I'm like, yeah, that's totally something like a 13-year-old boy would do.
Yeah, he had like a magic poster in his bedroom and stuff. So yeah. And he got all blushy when he was like talking to that one like lady and stuff.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Just looked up Iron Widow. It's labeled as YA, but I didn't think it was like that. They may have a countdown, or they may have a countdown, a couple of sex scenes.
Cut down, I think is what you said.
Yeah,
Okay.
cut it
It was
out.
supposed to be a tone down. Okay.
Oh.
Friend of mine, her and I were talking the other day. She was saying that it's really bothering her that things are mismarketed now as YA as opposed to new adult. Like there's a lot of books now that are considered YA that shouldn't be. So she was just wondering, like, what are the parameters to make, like nowadays, like what are the parameters to make a publisher or an author? I don't really know. I mean, the author's writing it, so I'm assuming it's the author that is saying whether it's YA or this or that. But what the parameters are, really.
Yeah.
Because there are adult books that her and I have read that are less, adult than some of the YA that we've read.
Yeah, and I don't know how much. It's always interesting to figure out like how much the author actually has the ability to change certain things like that, because I know like sometimes authors have no bearing on like what the name of their books are sometimes, and what the cover pages look like. So I wonder how much they have on, like, obviously they're writing it, so they're writing it to a specific author, but I wonder if once their publishers get it, if it's just like the publisher's going to do whatever they want.
Yeah. And also new adult, I feel like as though that's still not a term we use very often. We always kind of use like adult or young adult. And we're like, well, there is a new adult section that exists, but so many people just don't even think as far as that additional age bracket. And so they either like age down mentally, being like, oh, we're just going to market this to young adult, or we're just going to age up and market to an adult. Because I just don't think new adult is as like
widely known.
Yeah. Like I think it should. I think it makes sense to be new adult, especially because, as you said, if things get mislabeled as young adult, I also kind of have an issue with that, depending on the content. Like, I understand the concern of adults writing certain characters and maybe aging them down so they're teens, so that they fit under young adults, but the content that's being described, if it's explicit, it's like, well, there's also adults who could be reading it, and that can be very problematic, you know? Like, I think there's an artful way to include these types of scenes, because yeah, sure, teens participate in this stuff. It makes sense. You shouldn't like pretend it doesn't exist, but the explicitness, the intention of having someone enjoy reading this scene for a certain, you know, release or enjoyment after it, it's like that's the problem. So like, at least, like, I'm sure there's a lot of other issues that your friend has mentioned and other things, but like, that's the kind of example that I think of immediately, is just like explicit, like,
it's, you know, yeah, it is. It's the explicitness. You don't want, you know, a 14-year-old to be reading something that is explicit. Like, and if it's not categorized correctly, then you really don't know. Like, if you have kids, or, you know, you don't know what they're reading.
Yeah.
You know what content,
unless you read it first.
all over the place, unless you're reading everything beforehand for them, you know.
Or even like a grown woman or a grown man reading to 16-year-olds having an extremely explicit scene. Like, that is gross. Like, I don't think like, that makes me question, like, an adult shouldn't really enjoy reading someone underage like, in this kind of
way. Yes, absolutely. And it bothers me too, because and one of my upcoming videos that I'm going to put out, I'm going to be ranting about it. I think why not? I think authors really need, or should really start putting in content warnings in front of, like, in the front of their book. That way, like, if we're listening to it on audio or on Goodreads in the reviews, to really let people know what the content is, because there's books I pick up where I have no idea. I'm just going off a premise, and I have no idea about it wasn't implying this content that I'm getting, and I don't want to read that. And it's so much. It's not even just like a little bit, it's a lot of it. And so I really think authors need to start saying the content of their books, so people know what they're getting into, really, in a story. And, you know, just like with YA and NA, like, these labels to really specify what we're getting into, what's included in their stories, you know, because it can really take away from the enjoyment factor, depending on what the content is, or, you know. So that's kind of a pet peeve of mine that I'm realizing, is just not knowing fully what's in a story, when I think I'm getting one thing and it's really something different.
Yeah. I recently read Mary by Nat Cassidy, and he didn't narrate the audiobook, but he narrated like the message beforehand and the author's note after. And the message beforehand, he put in like trigger warnings, and it wasn't about everything that happened in the book, and it was horror. So it was more about like graphic content being in his books, but still, like, it was nice to have that heads up. Like, if you don't want to read about X, Y, and Z, then maybe don't pick this up.
Yeah. Especially because, I don't know. So Brittany from Brittany Loves Reading, I think she was in the comments earlier, but she's probably off doing other things now. Not long ago, like within the past month, she was reading this like romance, and she had looked at the content warnings ahead of time, because I think it was a certain kind of romance. And then when she read it, she was like, I immediately hate this. And I think it was like toward the end, it was like after 70% or 80%, there was a certain reveal, and the reveal involved incest. And she's like, I don't remember this being in the content warning. She flipped through, saw that it wasn't on there, and she's like, you know what? They probably didn't, because they're like, oh, a spoiler. And she's like, but you need to know this, because she was so livid and angry that this was suddenly in it, which I would be too.
I would be too, and especially after 80%, 80% in. Now wow, no.
Yeah, because she's like, I could have sworn, she's like, maybe I missed it. And then she checked the content warnings that were there. It wasn't listed. And she's like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, how can you be giving other content warnings, but you're not giving this one? Because she's like, I just wouldn't have
there were other content.
Yeah, there were other content warnings on top of that. So it wasn't even mentioned. And I think it's because that was part of the twist. So the author or the publisher was like, oh, like that would be a big spoiler. But it's like, but people who want to check content warnings would rather know if something's in there or not. Right. Than like risk getting spoiled. Like there's a reason why they're checking. They don't want to be surprised. Right. So yeah, it was just such a thing.
And I know that's always like the argument against them, against like trigger warnings and content warnings and things like that, are because people think that they contain spoilers, but you don't have to read them.
Yeah. Right.
Like you could skip over them if you don't want to be spoiled for anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. Content warnings for sure.
New adult was a thing in 2011, 2014, but it died down, and it's a thing again.
Yeah, I think we should just continue it and make it like a real thing, because yeah, the gap between young adult and adult is just too big for the type of content we're trying to talk about.
I want to say, I heard somebody talk about this on their channel recently. It was one of the bigger booktubers that talked about how they thought it had gone away because a lot of the content that was in new adult was really just like spicy books. And so it almost became like classifying it as a different age group was interesting, because it ended up being only books that had explicit sexual scenes in them. And I don't know that that's true or not true, but I don't know if that was part of why it eventually kind of died down for a little bit. I think, I mean, I would hate to be like a librarian at like a school, or like anybody who has to provide for the masses, even a librarian, like at the public library, when you're classifying things, I don't know if they have to look at like just what the publisher has classified it as, or if they have their own stipulations that they have to put in, but that would be nerve-wracking.
Yeah. So I work at a library, but I'm not, the library director or anything like that. And within our system, you will see, like, if someone looks up a book, that maybe our library puts it in the YA section, and another library in our same system puts it in adult, or puts it in middle grade, depending on like what it is. And it's just dependent, like the librarian at the time who cataloged the book decided if it needed to be cataloged as YA or as adult. But like, you can see across our system that we don't agree sometimes. Like we all offer the book, but it depends on where we shelve it. Yeah, it's really interesting.
I think it's funny that, because like movie ratings, I feel like there are like taglines on what they look for like what is PG versus what would make it R versus blah, blah, blah. And I don't know that we have that for books.
Yeah.
Seems very subjective. The more I think about it, the less YA Iron Widow is. Yeah, I've never read it, but
I mean, it makes sense with his track record of it like not really being accepted and then kind of being shifted to YA.
Yeah.
That you're kind of like, this doesn't feel YA.
I think Sarah J. Maas books are all being moved to new adult, and then Fourth Wing is going to be in there. Yeah. I think Sarah J. Maas, was it originally adult and then it got moved to YA, or was it always YA? The ACOTAR series specifically.
In my understanding, I've always known it to be YA. And there was like a lot of discussion over like, I mean, book banning is always annoyingly very popular, but during like a certain kind of upsurge, a lot of people were saying how her books needed to be moved to the adult section, and certain states were talking about making someone show their ID being 18 or older to buy it. And I don't think anything really came of it to my knowledge. But we have, in my library, it's in the adult section actually, which is, yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's just always kind of been viewed as YA, at least like the first book.
Yeah, there's criteria for films and ratings, but it hasn't translated to books yet. So yeah, I think this is ACOTAR. So ACOTAR started in YA. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. She wrote it when she was 16.
That's interesting.
Huh.
That reminds me of what's another series, like Divergent series. I remember people used to talk about that author all the time because she wrote it when she was very young as well, like the first book.
The only other author I can think of that wrote book one in a series at 16 was Christopher Paolini with Aragon.
Oh, okay.
He was 16.
Interesting.
He was 16 when he wrote that one. And you would never know. It's fantastic. You would never know.
These youngsters.
That's one I need to read.
It's such a great series. I hated the ending, but it's such a great series.
Oh, that sucks though.
Yeah.
I remember it's been so long since I've read it, but yeah, it's one of those series where the ending was just like, my head's on fire because I was infuriated. But as a whole, it was so good. It's so good. Dragons, dragon riders.
Always a fun time.
Yes. I will say my favorite part of that series, and I don't remember which book it was in, but I'm Forest Tribe for life. So when they were in the Kingdom of the Elves and the descriptions of being in like how they live and their tree, how they live amongst nature and the, like their houses are in the trees and sword, like they made him his own sword. Like it was like tailor made for him, and being a part of that process, like it was like a whole chapter of just being a part of that process. It was fantastic. It made the story.
I love it when like little, I don't know, episodes like that inside of a book stick with you.
Yes.
Chloe Gong is also a young writer.
Oh yeah, I recognize the name.
I do too. I can't place what book though.
Me neither.
I feel like I can kind of see the cover.
I'll look it up real quick.
I have a title in mind, maybe, but
Oh, These Violet Delights.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was wrong. But go on. Yeah. Okay.
I just can't imagine writing a book when you're in high school that actually is any good.
I know you're so like you're just so busy too, and there's so many things, and I definitely was like on not enough sleep all the time as it is.
Yeah.
So it's like how, oh my gosh.
And that is the end of the comments, folks. So I think that is the end of a successful first Bucket List-athon sprints. Our next sprints for the readathon are happening on Monday. And I believe, Leandra, you're on that Monday, correct?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And then Nala, I believe you're going to join us for another weekend at some point in time. Perhaps.
I should be. Yeah, I'll let you know.
Okay. Do you guys have anything going on your channels that people need to know about anytime soon?
No, no plans.
No sprints or anything?
Well, I am because I'm doing Get a Clue Readathon. I'm one of the co-hosts. I do have sprints planned, like at random times. Like I've got sprints planned before your sprints for Get a Clue Readathon, where I'm hosting, and then I'm very excited to, when I'm done with that, just be in the background and you get to host. So that'll be nice. And then I believe I'm scheduled for next Saturday in the afternoon, like at like 4:00 Eastern Standard Time, on the 11th. So like those two times are on my channel. They're planned, but like as far as content goes, your guess is as good as mine.
You have 2 sprints coming up for the readathon that you're doing.
Yeah.
I have 2 videos coming up soon. One is going to be my October wrap up, and then I have a video talking about 2 of the books that I read in October that have to do with a certain theme of something that happened in history that a lot of people do not know. It's kind of a morbid thing that happened in history that has to do with books. Yeah.
Interesting.
I like how we both like did little hand wave things. You're like, like this. You've got us intrigued.
Yeah, so that is coming. So stay tuned for that.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
We just have a couple more comments. Thank you very much for those friends. Thanks for joining us, Camilla. Thanks for joining, Ro. Hope you guys have a lovely evening, and we'll see you in the next one, hopefully. Bye.
Bye.